Good evening, everyone. It's Pal Ponder All Weather coming to you live with some storm coverage. Tonight, we got a lot to talk about, and it looks like to be a long night ahead with already a severe thunderstorm watch for a good part of North Texas. And it looks to be only the beginning, right? We've looks like we've had already had a couple of tornadoes already confirmed up there in the Panhandle, and we do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings already issued. One of them is closer to home in southern Collin County. So here is your latest development. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Denton, Collin, and Dallas County. The severe thunderstorm was located over the Lake Louisville region, moving around 20 miles an hour to the southeast. So it does have some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some isolated quarter-size hail associated with that activity. So places that are in the path from this severe thunderstorm warning are going to be Lake Louisville, Hackberry, Frisco, the Little Elm region, as well as into the Colony. That's around 5:40, so another 3 minutes or so. And then heading into Dallas around 6 o'clock, as well as into Addison. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Collin County, and this is just south. So you can actually see we've got some developing situations. We have some thunderstorms. It's been very humid this afternoon, very muggy air mass, and right over Corinth and the Frisco area, as well as into Allen. Those areas into the Plano region are getting some heavier rains right now. It's raining pretty good around McKinney as well as into Princeton. So this is all kind of developing up towards further north into Howell, out towards Anna, and then dropping southbound into Melissa. We also have another warning cell out towards East Texas. This is southeast of Bonham. So this is another severe thunderstorm warning that just kind of popped up. Again, these initial development are likely going to be some larger hail with these. This is not even the main line. So this is only the first round of a yet probably an extended severe thunderstorm watch that will likely be issued later on tonight. So this is only like the pregame action, if you will, of new development that kind of bubbled up in the heat of the day. We also have a pretty significant cell further south. This is in southeast Texas. This cell's got some 2-inch diameter hail with it. This is all the way into southeast Texas, south of Longview, but it's also showing possibly a little bit of a hook as well. So these systems are going to be tornadic in nature. We've been talking about this. Very dynamic system. The Cape values have been well over the 5,000 range. Plenty of fuel to fuel these thunderstorms, and that's the concern this afternoon going into this evening. So right now we have some 2-inch hail forming just south of Longview there into southeast Texas and the eastern border of Texas. So we've got to be concerned about that, as well as some 70-mile-per-hour winds are also developing with that system. And we could even, in fact, drop a tornado. I mean, it does look to appear that there's a little bit of a hook trying to form there on the southern side. And you can definitely see the rotation south of Timpson there. So that is definitely concerning. This could be a developing tornado warning likely issued in the next 5 or 10 minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that as things are starting to develop out there. How you doing, everyone? Welcome. A little bit early this afternoon. There you go. So we got storm coverage. So we got a couple severe thunderstorm warnings already taking effect. There's another one out towards the Paris region. So let's zoom back in. We're going to be flipping radars around because there's a lot going on. There's another cell that has some $half size hail with it up here towards southeast of Bonham towards Roxton. We have got another cell all by its lonesome too out towards south of Mineral Wells. And that also has some golf ball size hail with it and some 70-mile-per-hour winds. So each one of these is going to be pretty substantial in nature, right? They're all going to be packing a punch. I mean, this is only the beginning to a very rough night ahead, unfortunately. And look at that hail core forming just south of Mineral Wells. That is locked with golf ball size hail with it. And this is slowly moving northeast around 20 miles an hour, likely, being south of Weatherford. And if this continues, this will likely be towards the Benbrook and eventually maybe the Fort Worth region. But one thing these have in common is they're all isolated, and that is very concerning. These isolated cells bubbling up in the heat of the afternoon, they can easily turn severe very quickly and have some larger hail and some very dynamic high impact winds with them as well. Hey, any chance of these stabilize in the atmosphere? They really kind of have to be all together, right? If they stay isolated like this, no. I mean, there was some data hinting that this was going to be, popping up ahead of time, and that's why we did have that large hail threat in place for some significant hail. It was mainly like the pregame, the isolated scatter type activity that was going to form out ahead of the main squall line. So this is your more isolated scattered activity. This is typically when we're going to be getting the larger hail going to be associated with it and some stronger wind gusts. It's not really until tonight, I think, these are going to be turning into congealing into a squall line, if you will. And that's when we'll have the serious push of high winds just plowing through the Metroplex. But that might not be until 10, 11, midnight, 1, 2. So you can see it's a long night ahead. So these are just now getting going. If we look at the expansion here, you can see what we're talking about. I mean, we've got so many isolated cells. I mean, we got 1, 2. These are all by their lonesome. And that is very concerning. This is the last thing you want to see in an environment like this. Every single one of these cells are all kind of by their lonesome. And so that's what's going to make them severe, and that's what's going to keep them alive for an extended period of time, because there's nothing to feed off of it, right? So these are going to be dropping some fairly decent hail with them and packing a punch with some higher winds, in the next couple of hours. So this first watch goes until 9 o'clock. So goes until 9 o'clock this evening. So we did have a couple severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings up here towards the Panhandle. I know we had a confirmed tornado just south of Dalhart. There was possibly another one, but I was just kind of keeping my eye on them. And they first started popping up around 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon. And then they started to become a little bit more numerous. And I was heading out for an early dinner because I knew things were going to be kind of popping. And at dinner, I was like, the sky is really starting to darken. And then I was looking at the Storm Prediction Center saying, hey, we could be getting under a potential watch. And like literally 20 minutes later, we got issued under that severe thunderstorm watch. Goes until 9 o'clock. So again, if you're just kind of tuning in, this is the initial storm, right? This is the I guess round one, if you will. So this isn't the main event for the night. I don't think that even gets going until after dark, and then after the 10 o'clock time frame. So that still holds to fruition 10 to 12 in that time frame. And there's actually even some concerns that even some stronger activity could linger into the wee hours of the morning, even after the main squall line comes through. So we could still see some pockets of isolated stronger storms after the initial squall line in the 4, 5, 6 o'clock right before sunrise time frame. So it is a long evening ahead, folks. So just buckle up, sit down and relax. And I was telling my son, he's out right now, and I'm like, get home fast, because I don't want you out there in this environment where it's about to rain and storms are going to be popping up. You don't know what's going to happen with some of this bigger hail. So hopefully he comes home soon. So hey, a lot of cells before the major line. Yeah, absolutely. Mention anything about Salina? So yeah, I mean, we've these are just kind of isolated cells right now. Nothing's over the Salina region, so these aren't really moving terribly that fast. They just kind of bubbled up in the heat of the afternoon, taking advantage of the obviously the warm environment. Last I checked, we were like 93, 94 degrees, heat index well over 100, dew points in the lower 70s. So that's why I was telling you those Cape values are going up to the 5,000 range. I mean, that is like prime time activity. I mean, that's plenty of fuel to fuel these supercells and really hang on for an extended period of time. So that's the problem with these. Once these things get going, it's going to be hard pressed to knock them down anytime soon. So they will be with us for a good part of the evening. Hey, just hit Lake Dallas right now. Yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. You should be watching me on YouTube as well. I know a lot of people want me to connect to the YouTube so they can actually blow it up and watch it on the big screen. So this is a bigger event. So I included both the YouTube as well as in the Facebook. So if you hadn't subscribed to my YouTube, please do so. If you haven't followed me yet on Facebook, please do so as well. Hit the like button. Let everybody know you value my coverage, and that way the others will actually be able to see it and as well. Hey, Princeton sounds horrible right now. It's rained at the Sonic and the Salina area. Yeah, we've had some pockets of isolated activity. So looks like we have an extension of the severe thunderstorm warning further south. So these winds are actually picking up speed out towards the Morgan Mill area. This is, again, a southeast movement. So that's the movement you really don't want to see. All right. So when you got a supercell turning southeast, which this one has, so you see the turn, right? So this is the turn, the dreaded turn that you always really don't want to see, because whenever a supercell turns like that, it's going to be picking up steam pretty quickly. You can already see the blues really starting to show up. That is the more significant hail, and now it turns that southeast trajectory. Those are always a little bit more indicative of some of that larger, more intense hailstones that can do more significant damage, and it also has increasing probability of turning tornadicus too. So we'll watch this cell as it dives southeast, but it's also going to be picking up steam. Has some 70-mile-per-hour winds with it right now, heading out of Morgan Mill. Considerable threat as this continues to dive southeast with some golf ball size hail heading down towards Stephenville, Glen Rose, those areas further south into Johnsville, further south. This is south of the Metroplex, southwest of the Cleburne area. Hey, when the line comes through, how long do you expect to pay for a certain county? Well, it is an extended period of time. I don't think it's going to be just a solid, nasty squall line. I think it's going to even fade, but be after that. I mean, there's definitely a lot of damage, a lot of data showing that even after the initial push of the very intense winds, we could have some stronger winds well behind it, leading for several hours behind the system. So it's going to take a long time for this to get going. I mean, we're a long ways away from that. So we'll worry about what we have in front of us right now. But yeah, I mean, this has got some pretty heavy, very intense rain coming out of the Morgan Mill region. And you can definitely see all those blues and purples starting to show up on the map. That is an increasing threat of a severe storm as it continues to dive southeast. And those winds are always likely a picking up as well. Very intense, heavy rain, a lot of lightning associated with this southeast mover. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well. Hey, Cynthia, appreciate you becoming a member. Thanks so much. Farmersville right now has some heavier rains. This is just a kind of elongating right along the 380 region. You can see it's not really moving terribly that fast. These initial movers, as these are more or less kind of diving southeast trajectory. All right, let's go back up here because it looks like we do have a confirmed tornado. This looks to be the second one in and around the Dalhart region. So this is a confirmed tornado. This is the Texas Panhandle. This is south of Dalrock. So Dalrock has some ping pong size hail with it. This is for Hartley County. So Hartley County has a tornado on the ground moving southeast at 20. So southeast at 20. With this tornado that is on the ground right now. Yeah, you can actually see this tornado, what we're talking about here. It is actually right here. That is your tornado. And there is Dalhart. So this is your bearings. This is about 12 miles south of Dalhart. This storm is moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. And this trajectory, so chaining would be in line of this storm and would likely be extended on this tornado warning, but this is likely the second tornado on the ground of the day, just south of Dalhart. So definitely take cover. And there is your extension as this continues to move southeast. So we've got the confirmed tornado as this continues to dive southeast. So as it does, that moves the threat further southeast. So it is going to include those areas southeast of Dalhart, and likely the Cheney region. Looks to be a fairly rural area out here, but nonetheless, this is south of Dalhart. This is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. Hey, thanks, Chumley. Appreciate the donation. Thanks so much. Yeah, confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now, still continuing to dive southeast. So yeah, this is a concerning. Anybody that lives up in that area definitely needs to take shelter immediately, as we have our second, I know of at least, confirmed tornado that is south of Dalhart of the day. Hey, look like Wiley isn't going to get as bad as the other places around us. It's just kind of getting going, Sarah. I mean, we're just very, very, very early stages. It's a long night ahead. The main event is well after dark, and not even this is not even actually included in this initial severe thunderstorm watch. Hey, Judy, appreciate it. Hey, it's staying south of Alva. Am I in the clear up there? Just outside of yeah, looks to be right now. It was mainly going to be, let's see. Yeah, let me look at this again for you, Judy. Yeah, you're pretty much on the borderline. I mean, where you are, for the most part, yes, you are primarily kind of just north of it. So you're going to definitely miss the bulk. Everything's really forming and then diving southeast of you. So you'll kind of get the blow off the top effect, but nothing like what your neighbors are going to get further south for sure. So you're missing out. You're not going to get anything from this one. So that's you don't want this one. This one's pretty bad. Hey, Abilene, Texas, Futurecast. Yeah, so we're going to be watching for storms. It's going to start blowing up along the dry line as well. So this is right now just kind of a initial, for say, leftover boundary. Remember the rain that came out last night off a leftover boundary in the Texas Panhandle. Those that dive southeast, and we were going to, at least I was going to sleep at 1-2 o'clock in the morning last night, and they were still driving south, but that left over a little outfall boundary, and that's what's actually going to be that's the culprit of these new development right now, literally kind of over the Metroplex. And so we'll be watching the dry line start to get active. So I think this line right here is going to start getting active. These are going to be becoming more numerous, and those are going to be diving southeast. These are going to be moving more eastbound. So all this is still, and the hours ahead, as it turns dark, all this will start developing, and then we'll start to get a kind of a nastier squall line really start to develop, towards sunset, 9-10 o'clock at night, and then plow through the Metroplex likely through 11, 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. All right, appears that tornado actually has lifted up there in, oh, is it still going? Sorry. No, it's still going, right? That tornado is still on the ground. It's right in between systems, but it's still there. This is your tornado continuing to be on the ground as it continues to move southeastbound at a slower clip, around 20 miles an hour. So if you happen to live in the Cheney region up there south of Dalhart, you definitely need to be in your safe zone, as this is more or less moving in your trajectory south, southeast, southeast. But yeah, you can see over the last 20 minutes or so, it's kind of really started to fill in a little bit towards the Texas Panhandle, out towards Elk City. Yeah, just numerous, a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings happening right now. And of course, we got the spotty activity over the Metroplex. Hey, Stormy, thanks for tuning in. Someone is asking if there's any hail near Arlington. Well, yeah, not right now. There's definitely no hail near Arlington. There's nothing really up even on the radar. We've got a couple severe thunderstorm warnings, but there's definitely no hail in Arlington, at least at the moment. No, I'm not really expecting this to have really any impact on what's to come tonight. I think these are going to be more or less staying isolated in nature. So I think this will have kind of little to no impact. If it happens to really start to blow up across the Metroplex, and then become a lot more numerous, then that could possibly weigh in on things before the evening. But I don't really foresee that happening. All right, so they did in fact extend this tornado. I'm sorry, they extended the thunderstorm warning, severe thunderstorm warning for Collin County. This is south of McKinney on the eastern side of McKinney as it going towards the Wiley region. So at 5:56, we had that storm that was just kind of festering over the same place, and now it's met the criteria to go a severe, borderline, some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail. Look at the movement; it's only moving at 15 miles an hour, so very slow in nature for these cells. So Wiley about 6 o'clock, Farmersville around 6:05. So some places in the path of this storm with quarter-size hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds are Lavon Lake, Josephine, the New Hope region, getting into Copeville, Nevada, as well as into Lake Ray Hubbard. So those areas are likely going to experience some pretty good significant downpours, a lot of lightning associated with it. These are moving southeast at 15 miles an hour and does have some 60-mile-per-hour winds with them as well. Yeah, there are your higher winds. It's coming out of downtown McKinney. So this is if I kind of zoom in, this is Highway 5. This is right here. You're a little bit more significant winds right around Industrial into the South Airport Drive area, as this is diving southeast towards the Lowry Crossing. This is your more significant winds, or at least the culprit why we do have the severe thunderstorm warning in place right now. Yeah, it's just not large enough to destabilize the atmosphere. Like it's clear as a bell at my house. I mean, the sun's out. It's still 94 degrees. I mean, these aren't going to be, unless they really start to, again, work over more of the atmosphere. They're very slow movers. They're more or less isolated. So I really don't think it's going to have any impact whatsoever. Yeah, it's 95 degrees at DFW. The heat index is 106 right now. Wow. Yeah, so 95, heat index 106. Yeah, plenty hot out there. Okay, we are ready. All the cars are covered and stuff put away. It's beyond humid. Yeah, Emily. Yeah, you can tell, right? I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure out, say, hey, oh my gosh, it's dew point 74. It's 95 degrees. The heat index is 106. And we've got a disturbance heading our way. Well, what do you think is going to happen? Right? I mean, that is the recipe that you don't want to see if you don't like severe weather. I mean, this is about as strong as it gets, right? I mean, hey, so midnight's still going to happen? Yeah, I think so. This is just a warm up. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of places or like, what are you talking about, rain? There's like we didn't get a drop. I mean, right now. There's trust me, there's hardly a cloud in the sky if I'm looking outside right now. And I live in McKinney, right outside of these severe thunderstorm warnings. So these are more or less isolated in nature. Hey Scott, hey, you're welcome. It's gonna be a long night. So we'll take it hour by hour. All right. So the good thing is, it looks like that tornado warning has, at least the confirmed tornado has subsided. So now it's still radar indicated, but we don't have a confirmed tornado on the ground up there south of Dalhart. Hey, that storm is by my childhood home where my sister lives in McKinney. Hey, Tar, are you going to be live later? Well, I'm live right now. I might not go back off live. I don't know. It's Yeah, I mean, I plan on hunkering down for the night. We got a long night ahead. Has anything changed in the forecast? No, Michelle, nothing's really changed. Hey, glad you're with us at info for the next few hours. Hey, Ryan, do you think the storms in DFW area right now will decrease the intensity? No, I don't. No, I don't think so. I know a lot of people's been asking that. Yeah, they're just not that many of them. So I mean, everywhere I looked, it hasn't even batted an eye. It's still 95 degrees outside. Mhm. Hey, you're welcome. I know I've been updating a lot. I've been up since early. I told you I didn't go to bed at like 1 or 2, and I was up at 5. So I'm working off little sleep myself. This is a big event. This could be turning into a major event. It has the potential to be the strongest event of the year, um, that we've seen, at least in North Texas. So we'll just see how it plays out. Hopefully, it doesn't get as intense, but um, if you recall, we have a potentially dangerous situation, watch that's highlighted over, this vicinity, Vernon, Wichita Falls. That's still there. So let me just keep everybody up to speed. So there are numerous severe thunderstorm watches out there. So first and foremost, we've got the one that's highlighted over the Dallas Metroplex. So that's going on right now. So this is the official word from the Storm Prediction Center that they're calling for, the potential of, some large hail, some isolated large hail with these discrete supercells. They could go up to 4 inches in diameter. So we've seen some 2-inch hail in this environment already with the dynamics in play. We could have some isolated significant wind gust of 80 miles an hour. This is just the first initial push, and a tornado or two is not out of the question. So this is the first initial, severe thunderstorm watch in place for East Texas, much of North Texas, that does call for some significant hail, and it can get to that. I think if these stay continued discrete. So this one's still 2 inches. So this one's had some continued 70-mile-per-hour winds with it, and at times you see the blue that popped up. That one turned pretty significant for a short period of time. So that probably blew up to tennis ball size, maybe even baseball size for a short, maybe a couple of minutes or so, and then it pulls back down. But I mean, that's the nature of this atmosphere. So the dynamics are there, could have some pretty significant hail. And then if we turn our attention just northwest of there, an even stronger severe thunderstorm watch is in place. Also calls for some, let's just move out further. Yeah, this is the particularly dangerous situation watch. This goes until 11 o'clock. This is northwest of the Metroplex. This is not including the Metroplex, but it's just west of there. So this one is what they call a particularly dangerous situation. Does include some significant winds approaching almost 105 miles an hour. You really don't see that often, folks. This potential is real tonight. Could potentially get up to 5-inch hail diameter. That's DVD type size hail. This is just west of the Metroplex towards Wichita Falls, the Abilene region. Very significant severe thunderstorm watch in place. That is until 11 o'clock. So right now it's 6. That goes until 11. So that's also pretty significant. And then if we go towards the Texas Panhandle, that watch includes there. So we've already seen several confirmed tornadoes. We have seen some larger hail with this activity. So yeah, the potential is there tonight for really significant storms. All right, so let's look at this. Let's look at what they've had already. Did I go back too far? Wow. Okay. So this is what's already happened already, folks. Okay, so this is what we're dealing with tonight. So this has happened an hour ago. This is probably right before I came on live. We had a 90-mile-per-hour confirmed wind gust by a train spotter in Lakeview, Texas. Right. So yeah, that we've had winds overturned to a center pivot near this location. Yeah, some very significant winds out there in West Texas. Looks like we've also had another confirmed high wind gust also south of Clarington. That was 83 miles an hour. So that was an 83 mile per hour. And then we had some significant hail. This is 3.5 inches, bigger than baseball. That's that pickleball size, right? That's approaching almost softball size up there into West Texas. So they've already had some very significant hail up there. Oh, and there's your confirmed tornado. So we've had 1, 2, 3 confirmed tornadoes, and then also some bigger hail up towards Dalhart. So we've already seen some very significant hail and very significant high winds. So closer to home, out towards Denton, we've had a couple 1/4-inch reports. So that's, 1/4-inch reports out closer to home. We had a 1.25-inch report, say like $half size, out there towards East Texas, towards Carthage. Yeah, but these storms are already intense. I mean, we've already had some confirmed 90-mile-per-hour winds out there in West Texas. So these storms mean business tonight, folks. Hey, Marion, and the sun is back and it's still in the 90s, and even with the thunderstorm in McKinney. Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. It's really there's no effect. I don't really think there's any effect whatsoever on some of these storm activity, especially if these are moving kind of away from McKinney too. So yes, we have some significant watches in place, already across Texas. Hey, just left Salina, headed to Waco, ETA 8 o'clock. So you're heading to Waco. I mean, the thing about these storms, I mean, it's right now it's fairly smooth sailing down 35. And I think these storms are likely going to be stopping somewhere in the vicinity of the Waco, maybe Temple region. I don't think they even actually make it to Austin. So, yeah, but right now it looks to be, fairly smooth sailing, with just isolated activity around the area. Well, I wish I could say that, Elizabeth. I mean, I'm only going to give you what I really feel is going to happen. So I don't really see that happening. So unfortunately. Hey, just finding your page now. I've got littles and lots of animals. Ponder, Texas. Hey, Lauren. Hey, thanks for finding me all the way from Ponder, Texas. Yeah, that's just west of Denton there. Yeah, nothing happening at the moment, but we'll just watch for more isolated activity, maybe try to bubble up. Hey, Brittany, so you did get a call from the Weather Call tech service. Awesome. Yeah, thanks so much, everybody that signed up for Weather Call. I know a lot of people have it out there. It is a great service. It's not an app. It's a service that I partnered with. Anytime that basically you're in a warned area, for example, we'll just give you an example. McKinney, this activity that's over Lake Lavon. If your address happens to appear within this polygon, if you will, right? So as soon as this warning is issued, you're going to get a call, you're going to get a text, you're going to get an email from the Weather Call service with me saying, hey, you're under severe thunderstorm warning in Collin County, that you need to be alert and take shelter if needed during that time span. So it's going to give you exactly when it happens within seconds, and then it's going to continue all the way through until it's expired. So if you're not exactly in the warned area, so say for example you live in Melissa and there's a storm south of you, you're not going to get a call, right? So that means basically you don't have to worry about anything. So the service is designed that you really don't need to worry unless you get a call. And that means if you do get a call, your address is in a warned area. So it is a valuable service, especially for activity tonight, and especially something in the overnight hours where a lot of people have storm anxiety and they can't really sleep with all the activity that's happening. Basically, if you leave your phone on, if it doesn't ring, then you don't really have anything to worry about. So that's the value of the Weather Call system. So unfortunately, with the straight line wind event, then, if you get a squall line, you're going to be lit up across the board, right? So you're going to be having numerous severe thunderstorm warnings along that line. So then that's what's widespread. So that's what I mean by widespread. So this is what I feel is like going to be changed into a different setup tonight. Right now, we have very, very isolated stuff, right? So you're getting bits and pieces of very isolated activity. But, tonight we'll have a squall line that literally goes from, many miles. It could go from Oklahoma City all the way down to Waco. That's about 330 miles. So we could have a squall line, and you're likely going to have severe thunderstorm warnings just, lit up all the way 400 miles wide. That's what's widespread. That's what could cause some, significant power outages. If we get, some 70, 80, 90 mile per hour winds that just plow through the Metroplex, that would likely knock down a lot of trees. It would likely knock down a lot of fences, roofed, some shingles off roofs, and obviously cause a lot of destruction to power lines. And you would have a lot of people without power, right? So we had kind of a similar event, if you recall, back in June of 23, where we had some 80 mile per hour wind gusts that came through the city. And at that time, we had about 600,000 people that were left without power for a time after that wind threat moved through. So the potential is there tonight for a significant event across much of Texas, much of North Texas. Yeah, I mean, if it gets to 250 or above, it's going to be called a derecho. So, typically the criteria, it's got to be at least 250 miles wide, and it's got to last for 6+ hours, right? So, we are expecting storms to originate in Amarillo and then dive southeast, all the way through the Metroplex, through Tyler, and likely end up somewhere in Arkansas or Shreveport. So, and then they could be as wide from Oklahoma City all the way down to Waco. So if that criteria is met, then sure, yes, that would easily be labeled as a derecho. So whether it's that or not, it really doesn't matter. It's not going to change the impacts. It's still basically a straight line wind event. So, straight line winds are always notorious for extensive power outages, very high winds doing significant tree damage. I mean, for neighbors that are kind of newly built, a couple years old, 5 years old, their trees really aren't established that much. But you get neighborhoods that are 20, 30, 40 years old and have really, really mature trees. Those are dangerous. Those are the ones that usually take the brunt of these type storms that can do a lot of tree damage because obviously those beasts are pretty heavy, very high up in the high, tall. And you can get some microbursts where they just come down from the top and then split, or you can get the straight line winds where they just, you know, put them over like a pancake, or you could get downburst winds. I mean, all those are obviously a lot more susceptible for a lot of damage than say the trees that I'm looking at mine. It's only 10 feet tall, right? So I'm not too concerned about particularly my tree. Hey, I just covered my carb with cardboard. I hope it holds. Hey, Anthony. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. The winds, it's very, you don't know what the winds are. Basically, you know, could be could be pretty high. I mean, I've seen a lot of these little hail protectors that, um, you know, get blown off in situations like this well ahead of the hailstorm because the winds are just so intense. And all right, so let's go back to this storm. This one's been kind of holding its own. This has also been the fairly, you know, significant hail. This is up to lime size. This has some 2-inch diameter hailstones that's dropping southeast at 30 miles an hour. So it does include some 70-mile-per-hour winds and some significant wind gusts with that area. This is dropping towards St. Augustine. St. Augustine out towards south of Center and south of the city of Marshall. This is likely right on the border of the Texas and Louisiana border. But you can see the blue here. That is an indication of a good size hail core developing, and we could be looking at some fairly significant intense hail, very small in nature. But if you're happen to be under that, it's going to do some major damage with this hail core that's dropping southbound. Oh wow, look at this. It really blew up, guys. Look at that. Significant hail core. Wow. This is massive hail developing, 4 inches in diameter. Check that out. That's south of Center. This is on the borderline of the Texas Panhandle. Very, very, very small, right? But this was a beast, small and mighty. We got very significant size hail just along 36 between Harmony and Duff. This is between Center and St. Augustine. This is a very compact, could be some 4-inch hail likely hitting the ground right now, doing significant damage. I mean, you're talking up to softball size hail potentially occurring at the moment just south of Center there in far east Texas. So if we zoom out, look at that. It's all by its lonesome. So this is what makes it severe, right? So if you're looking at this, I'm like, well, there's nothing happening for hundreds of miles. There isn't. It's right here. So it basically absorbs. It takes all the energy, in the atmosphere, it just compacts it over one area. And this is why we do have those warnings in place for 4-inch hail. We're watching it right now. This is an example of what's happening right now. The atmosphere is saying, hey, I'm the only cell in town, and this has very significant hail with it, dropping extensive damage right along 96 there, and looks like to be 711, 96. This is between Center and St. Augustine, but definitely appears to be a good size hail core as hopefully it peaked out. It had that purple there show up, a little bit of a blip. Now we still have the reds, but still some significant hail, still that 3-inch variety range. Still, you're getting into baseball, that pickleball size, if you will, 3-inch teacup. They have teacup size. You get the idea. It's 3-inch hailstone, folks. That's gonna leave a mark. Yeah, so these are continuing to be. Let me just look at this while I've got the hail core on here. All right, so the one in McKinney isn't really terribly too much to worry about. We're only dealing with some not even 1 inch hail, right? We don't have any confirmation that anything larger than a quarter, it's all under a quarter. This is what they would consider pocket change hail. This doesn't really do any damage, but nonetheless, we do have some hails dropping southeast, heading towards Lavon and Nevada. We've got a little bit bigger hail south of just east of Stephenville here. So let's zoom into that cell. So there it is, about an inch and a quarter. So you got right at golf ball size hail at the peak there, just outside of Stephenville. So yeah, when you get to golf ball size, that can do some damage on some roofs and leave some dings in some cars. So be on the lookout for that cell if you live in the Glen Rose area. Likely some quarter to potentially golf ball size hail heading your way. Right, heading towards 67 there in Glen Rose. Hey, double rainbow right now, Brittany. Hey, I don't have a garage. Should I move my car to one? Yeah, if you could, Leslie. I mean, like I said, these are isolated storms. Is it in the forecast? You can't really say, hey, your city is going to get hit, or even your house is going to get hit. But you can see the atmosphere is there. I mean, it's just the atmosphere is the potential. So you get one of those significant hailstorms over your house, it's going to leave a mark on us. So if you have that option, it is one of those nights that I would highly advise to do that. Hey, I've got 4 cars. I mean, my kids are driving now, so I've got 2 extra cars that we can't park in the garage. So it's always a dilemma, even for me, that we have to park outside or take them somewhere. So, so I'm always worried about that. How about Rockwall? Yeah. So right now we just have some isolated cells. It doesn't appear they have grown in nature, but it does appear that these cells are just slowly moving southeast. So they're not really moving very fast at all. These are more of a slow moving supercells. All right, so let's turn back our attention further northwest. This is south of Childress. So this is south of Childress. Remember, these storms are likely going to be even more intense. All of them have about 70-mile-per-hour winds with them as they continue to move eastbound. Yeah, the newest one's in the garage. Well, yeah, basically me and my wife parking in the garage. All right, so let's head north because we got a tornado warning for just heading out towards Oklahoma. All right, so brand new tornado warning heading towards Oklahoma City. So you can definitely see a developing supercell northwest of let's see, 4 miles southwest of Watauga, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. So you see what we're working with tonight. Basically every system is moving southeast. So that's the potential. That's why it has a little bit higher threat than normal, because these southeast movers tonight. All right, let's see if we can get something to see if developing. Yeah, so there is your tornado warning right here. This is your potential possible lowering, if you will, of a cell that's trying to drop a potential tornado just south of there. So this is all heading towards El Reno, Greenfield. If this this is able to hold together, and then next in line would be Oklahoma City. So, but it definitely appears if it continues on that track, it's probably going to be south of Oklahoma City if it stays more of a southeast trajectory. El Reno is likely more in play. Mustang would likely be obviously a more main target if it able to hold together like that. Good luck on getting an answer. All right, I mean, I'm sorry. I can only see about 15 questions at a time. It's hard to look at the radar and read every single question. ETA for Frisco. All right. So ETA for Frisco. Yeah, again, right now it's isolated activity. If you're looking like the main squall line, it's not going to be until probably 11 to 12 o'clock tonight. So 11 to 12 o'clock tonight is likely going to be towards the main squall line for Frisco. So that's still 5 hours away. Hey, so this bunch of pop-ups and then the big storms. Hey, Julia. Yes. Yeah, these are just isolated pop-ups right now. And then the bigger storms we haven't really even seen the squall line develop yet. Yeah, just a long night, of storms. I know this is a long duration event. I don't think it even stops at 2 o'clock in the morning. There's definitely some indications this continues until sunset. I mean, it looks to be a long night. I mean, sorry, sunrise, sunrise. You see how I talk about too much weather, I get all my days confused. Hey, with these earlier storms take out some of the energy. Hey, Kyle. I mean, it hasn't even phased. It hasn't even phased areas. So no, I don't think so at all. But yeah, we have had some significant hail out towards West Texas, the Texas Panhandle. That has definitely already came to fruition. They do have a little bit more, significant watch in place for them versus what we have in the Metroplex. But nonetheless, we've had a confirmed 90-mile-per-hour wind gust earlier in Lakeview. That's been the highest so far. Remember, the watch goes into 105 potentially. So not out of the question to get to that criteria as one of these storms. Hey, pouring right now in southern Princeton, some light hail happening. Yeah, so that is that severe thunderstorm warning for Collin County, and that's the nickel size hail that we talked about. And here's the extension of those severe thunderstorm warnings. So this is likely extended for wind because it really didn't meet the quarter size hail criteria. But nonetheless, we do have a continued severe thunderstorm warning for Collin County. This is a cell that was located over the city of Wiley, moving southeast at just that 15 miles an hour. So this is mainly for higher winds of 60 miles an hour. And then you do likely have some nickel size hail within that cell moving southeast at 15. So Josephine, Cache, Lavon, Copeville, those areas are under the in the path of getting some of that 60-mile-per-hour winds and some nickel size hail as this continues to move southeast at 15 miles an hour. Yeah, we were looking at some of the hail earlier on this storm. I didn't really see anything bigger than quarter, so we'll see. We'll look at it now. Um, yeah, okay. It's actually popped back up to quarter. Very small area again. This is the Clear Lake Beverly Hills area, if you will. Looks like this is all right. This is south of Princeton. There's the city of St. Paul, Lavon Lakes Lodge. So these are some nicer homes south of Branch out here. So Clear Lake, Beverly Hills area. A quarter size hail, not terribly too bad, but definitely meeting that severe criteria. But you see how big the severe thunderstorm warning is, and you just have a very small pocket of that quarter size hail, really isolated over that one community there of Clear Lake, Beverly Hills area. Yeah, this one's moving southeast at about 15 miles an hour. Hey, thoughts on family traveling from Fayetteville to Wiley? I mean, if they're doing it right now, I wouldn't think you're going to have any issues. But you know, I don't know. Well, how long of a drive is that? 3 or 4 hours? I mean, if you leave right now, I mean, you might be pushing it because storms are not that you can't drive in the rain, but you don't want to be caught in you don't want to be caught out in this stuff when it gets bad tonight. Hey, Josh. Yes, I am live on YouTube as well. Check me out there. I know a lot of people like to kind of watch me on the bigger screen as well. Yeah, so make sure you're subscribed to my channel. Make sure you're following me on Facebook. Yeah, so you can tell I'm live because I have the little icon. My icon is lit up when I'm live, so that's an indication. You can always tell I'm live at the moment. So when you can go to my wall and it's lit up, and of course it says live, then and then it's the same as, hey Snowies, how are you doing? Appreciate it. Thanks for coming on board tonight. Yeah, it's definitely better on YouTube. I mean, some of those events were like 2 o'clock in the morning, and just didn't make a thumbnail and pull in the other one on YouTube. But here is the weather call service link for those that are interested. Weather call is a service, so anytime that your address is in a warned area, you'll actually get a call, you'll get a text, you'll get an email, and it is a valuable service. You can sign up for it. It's just $15 a year, and so I've got it on my phone. My wife has it as well, so it's gonna actually follow with you, and it's nationwide too. And but it's definitely on a night like this where this is likely going to be hitting in the middle of the night. You'll get warned ahead of time, and if your phone doesn't ring, you really don't have anything to worry about. That just means you don't have a severe thunderstorm warning that's over your address in that polygon. So if it's outside of your address, your phone's not going to ring. If you're within that polygon and you're in that address, then yes, it's going to call you as soon as a warning is issued in your area. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just posted the link, and it was a long link, so I guess it posted it several times since I guess there's only so many characters. So I won't do that again. Hey, what kind of path of the Wiley storm? I think, but my radar shows that we're on the edge again. Yeah, so this is southeast. So this is the storm that's over. Let's see, Lavon, back into Rockwall, Fate, out towards Union Valley. There's Heath. Oh yeah, okay. So here's the city of Wiley. Yeah, you're not going to get hit with this storm. This is more or less moving southeast. So it's going to be, like you said, you're right on the edge of there. So the bulk of this is moving southeast, just probably maybe a couple miles, if that, but pretty slow mover. It's actually going to be dropping a lot of rain there right over Lake Lavon. Yeah, this cell has been with us for a while, actually. Yeah, here's the rain swath for today. We had some activity this morning, went through Sherman out towards Bonham. Did some stuff out by the Red River. This was likely last night. A lot of this stuff was coming in last night, after midnight. And this is the new stuff this morning or this afternoon here. All right, so let's head back out west. A little bit bigger hail core developing. You can see this, extensive area of blue and purple here. Let me switch to the West Texas radar. So yeah, here's your more significant hail coming out of just 5 miles north of Chalk. So this is In West Texas, this is south of Childers. So south of Childers has some tennis ball size hail now. So this is a little bit bigger hailstorm. Some tennis ball size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Again, moving southeast. So southeast continues to move southeast and really holding its own. I mean, look at all that purple and blue. That is definitely an indication of some significant hail in that hail core dropping southeast there. So there's Vernon, there is Wichita Falls. This is south of Childress. So this is dropping southeast of that area towards likely Seymour, out towards the Seymour region. But yeah, pretty significant hail core coming out of south of Childress there. Yeah, it is. That is maxed out. And you can see this whole line has dropped some significant hail already. So this is the same area that's already produced that 1, 2, 3, 3.5 inch hailstone right there coming out of Amarillo. So it continues to dive southeast. At one point, it blew up to 90-mile-per-hour wind gust out in Lakeview. And now that stronger, more significant hail continues diving southeast. So this is the nature of the beast with a supercell. Once it gets going, because you have a tall cloud top, it's hard to batten down that storm. So it gets to 60,000 feet, it's going to be dropping some significant hail along a southeast path for an extended period of time. So you could probably do a guesstimate that this area would likely continue dropping southeast. It's not going to bring hail the entire time, but this is mainly going to be likely some hail, or at least the potential some large hail within this corridor, because the supercell is already at 60,000 feet, right? So a little bit easier to continue to drop some hail once you already have an established supercell. Hey, Melissa, can you shoot me a message? I get a lot of comments right now, so if you could just shoot me a message so I'll remember. Yeah, I get a ton of messages on days like this. You can imagine I probably have 400 in my email box right now. You can imagine I get really inundated with lots of questions, messages, especially on days like this. So it's very difficult. It's not like I don't want to get back to everybody, but if I don't, it's just sometimes I can't overlook things because I just get a lot of messages. And I see stuff like this, and then I'll have 1,000 messages later on the night, and then I just out of sight, out of mind, right? uh, hey, the storm's building southeast, McKinney, Princeton area. So cool to watch. Yeah, it's a pretty small little mighty storm there. Looks like that hell core is trying to hold together. Very small in nature, but still hanging tight there. It's really been over that same area for a while. Little Ridge, the Clear Lake, Beverly Hills. That area has been over the same area. Yeah, I'm getting lightning. So it's seeing this about 16 miles away from me. Hey, weather bad in Anna. Yeah, not much happening in Anna right now. Yeah, this is just isolated activity before the main event later on the night after dark. Will this weather come anywhere near Beaumont, Texas? No. No, I don't see this making it anywhere near Beaumont. This is likely the pretty far south right here. I don't really see it making towards Houston, Beaumont. This is more of a southeast trajectory. I don't think it actually makes it to Austin. Yeah, this is mainly going to be from Oklahoma City to, I'd say, Waco. And then the bulk of it is, northwest and right in the Metroplex. But yeah, Waco, I would say Waco is your kind of your line in the sand, if you will. And I think it reaches as far north as Oklahoma City. So if these continue to dive south, this will be right in the Oklahoma City vicinity. But yeah, but more or less, I'm looking at that area as the target area tonight. Like basically from here, encompassing this area all the way through. I mean, just to kind of right there, kind of, if you will, right? I mean, that's kind of what we're looking at tonight. If you live outside of this area, I don't think you really get anything. Hey, what's the best way to prepare for a storm later? Hey, Brianna, yeah, stay home. I mean, this is a straight line wind event. I mean, when it gets intense, just get to the nearest interior portion of your house and treat it like a tornado warning. Basically, I mean, we could have some embedded tornadoes, but this is a straight line wind event, so stay away from windows. You should have secured loose objects earlier, but yeah, the best you can do is stay home and stay out of the elements and stay away from windows when it gets intense. But yeah, that's definitely what the National Weather Service is advising on, especially days like this, is just you don't want to be out in the elements. Put yourself out of harm's way as much as possible. There's always another day. I mean, I get it if you got to go to work. I mean, there's going to be people that's going to have to leave the house, but if you don't really have to, it's definitely not one of those days and nights to get out and about and have a leisurely Sunday night somewhere. There's going to be plenty of other times that are going to be much nicer, and you won't have to deal with this mess. Always have shoes or tennis shoes near your bedside. Yeah, absolutely. I had to grab my glasses. I get the feeling yeah, I mean, I can still see up close. So it's just sometimes I wear my glasses, sometimes I don't. It's mainly the far away type stuff, and especially at night. Hey, just joining so far. Probably been asked a thousand times. Hey, but any of this rain that comes through now have any impact? Yeah, you're right. It has been asked actually a couple hundred times. No, I don't think so. We only have a couple worn cells, and it really hasn't affected the atmosphere at all. Yeah, this was the pregame, if you will. This is why we had more of a higher end health threat in the beginning. Is because of the more isolated cells. Yeah, so eventually we're going to be watching these cells, try to get more numerous. I mean, those are things we'll watch for as it evolves. I just think we're still a ways away from that. As we start to see this become a little bit more numerous and kind of congeal together, that typically means if it does come to that, then the hail core would start to come down. You can still get some hail. You can definitely still get some tornadoes, but your winds likely start to increase, right? So we'll be watching that. We're still ways from that. We still have isolated cells to contend with, so we're not anywhere near that right now. So, but that's just something we're going to be watching for later on tonight. And once the squall line forms, and then we'll start watching for bow echoes to form. And that's when you can really start picking up some of those significant winds. So the sooner that evolves and gets going, the more intense the wind event is going to be. But again, I'm not really expecting much in the Metroplex until 10, 11, 12. I mean, the time frame coming in was 9 or 10 starting west, and then 2 o'clock ending east. So none of that changed. This is just a beginning, activity ahead of the main squall line. Yeah, we'll just kind of play it by ear, really. I mean, yeah, I'd love to be able to, be here all the way through the night, but I mean, it just depends on the activity. If it starts to die down, might take a break or two. It kind of really depends on the activity. Hey, Matt, how's it going? Thanks for watching. Yeah, so since we've been live here, we've had a couple storms in Collin County. That's still a couple storms. They haven't really, we haven't really gained a storm. They've been kind of holding on to its own. So I don't think we've really added too much activity. This supercells is obviously the strongest. It started well up here, dropped a couple tornadoes, and then it's dropped a pretty significant hail core. We've had, golf ball here. We've had 3.5-inch hail here. We've had 80-mile-per-hour winds here. We've had some 90-mile-per-hour winds here. There's some 2-inch hail reports. And, as you can see, this is still the most significant severe weather that we have currently right now. Continued that tennis ball size hail. This is south of Childress. Continues with the damaging hail out there south of the Childress area. Hey, it's definitely thundering in the rock wall right now. Yeah, so you're starting to feel that severe thunderstorm warning that's been over Collin County. This cell right here. Okay, so if anything, this is trying to pick up, guys. This is a little bit more. No, I was on the wrong screen. Thought that was. I thought I was still on the hail core screen. No, no, it hasn't. That was a false alarm. Yeah, if anything, it's come down. Yeah, if anything, this hail core has come down a lot. Yeah, so that one's pretty much lost most, if not all, the hail core there, as it continues to drop southeast. Yeah, even though Rockwall's right there, you're likely not going to get hit with this one. This is moving east southeast. Fate, Nevada, Cattle Mills, Quinlan. Hey, I prepared 2 bags for me and my family. ETA or insight for Hal tonight? Hey, Riley, you're probably looking at 11 o'clock, if I would say 11 to 12 o'clock for Hal, with a more significant squall line coming in. Yeah, it's definitely going to be an overnight threat tonight for the squall line. This is likely the initial severe thunderstorm watch, and then we'll get a second one issued. How's Van, Texas looking tonight? Yeah, what is that? Just south of Waxahachie there. I know it's north of Waco. Okay, you're southeast. Yeah, so you're going to be a ways away. I mean, again, you're east of the Metroplex. Besides this, isolated activity, the main squall line, you're talking 1 o'clock in the morning, maybe 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I'd say roughly 10 o'clock for Dallas. Yeah, I mean, I had the Metroplex for 9 to 2. Then the data slowed down even a little bit further, so then I changed it to 10 to 2. But yeah, more or less your 9 to 2, 10 to 2 time frame has been pretty consistent for really the last 2 days. Yeah. All right. So we got another cell just south of Spur. This is another cell that looks to be trying to pick up an intensity with a hail core. So again, tennis ball size hail, a very considerable threat, some 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is in the city of Spur. Again, this is in the Texas Panhandle, just east of Lubbock. You know what Lubbock's been through the past couple days. Fortunately, this is just east of them, but this one looks to be picking up an intensity just outside of the Spur area, heading towards Jayton. But this is likely dropping some significant tennis ball size hail as this one actually continues eastbound at 25 miles an hour. Hey Madison, the ETA expectation for hail damage in Plano mid. Yeah, so if you might have some isolated stuff, for the next couple hours if it pops up in your area, but yeah, the main squall line would likely be, towards that 11 o'clock time frame, 10, 11 o'clock, Dallas mid cities area. Yeah, you could get some higher winds, 70, 80, 90 mile per hour winds could not be out of the question. Some gust, some more significant gust. Yeah, so when we finally watch the squall line, start to develop, we're still a long ways away from that. Start to develop later on tonight. Then we'll watch for bow segments out ahead of the main line, and that's when we'll likely start really increasing the wind threat later on the night. Hey Sue, yes, appreciate you following. Yeah, so if you're just now kind of tuning in, we had several severe thunderstorm warnings. In fact, 3 or 4 over most of the Metroplex in East Texas, and we really don't have one now. This has been our most significant hail core of the evening, and at one point, it looks like it dropped some fairly significant hail out towards St. Look at that lightning! What's the cloud top on that one? Wow, this is a massive storm. Folks, this is insane. 67,000 feet, 68,000 feet. That is a beast. Wow, this means business. 68,000 feet. That is crazy. Wow. Yeah, that is a massive storm out there. It's right on the border of Texas and Louisiana there. Hey Justin, appreciate the donation. Great. Thanks so much. Yeah, so that is a very significant storm there in East Texas. I mean, that cloud top, ain't nothing good going to come out of that. Yeah, we saw what 64,000 yesterday in Lubbock, and this one even tops that, right? I mean, that's hard to do. You don't understand. That's very difficult for the. Of course, it's already down. For the atmosphere to get to that caliber like that. I mean that's like 12 miles in the atmosphere. It's very difficult to do. So we'll watch that one. But this one definitely has the potential to turn tornadic right on the borderline there of hey, what is the path for that storm in East Texas? Yeah, it's southeast. I mean, this continues to move southeast at uh okay, south. This one's actually just moving due south. I mean, I don't think the dynamics are as favorable once it continues to move south. So if it, I mean, to me, it continues to move south. It's probably going to have a hard time, even though it is very tall in nature. But yeah, right now it's moving south towards Jasper, moving towards south of Jasper, right on the Texas and Louisiana border there. Hey, Julie Jones, literally at the gate waiting, and I'm so confused and concerned. Hey, Prosper timeline. Yeah, I'm still holding towards that, 11 to 12 o'clock towards, the Collin County area tonight. I mean, that's just the beginning of the leading edge. But right now, we just have isolated storms we're contending with some larger hail. We haven't we haven't seen the squall line develop yet, and it really wasn't supposed to until towards that 9 o'clock time frame in Northwest Texas. So everything's playing out really as according to plan. Nothing's really changed. Nothing's really changed in the forecast or anything. Hailing right now in Levon. I would think you're just probably getting very pea-sized hail left. We did have some quarters fall earlier, but yeah, there's that hail core is winding down for sure. So you just hit the leftover pocket change hail, marble change hail there. Hey, Jimmy. Yeah, will Forney get hit? Yeah, yes. I mean, later on the night. I think everybody pretty much gets hit later on the night, but it'll still be a ways away when in the second half of it. Yep, still 94. Heat index is 103 here. Hey, no worries, Stormy. A towering cloud top forming west of McKinney again. I don't know. I'm trying to see if I see anything. Let's go. Yeah, so far we haven't seen any other development try to evolve and kind of take shape. So we do have one little warning up here towards Honey Grove. This one's gotten a little bit more intense the last couple frames or so. This is some stronger, stronger significant rain developing out towards Wyndham, Dodge City, out south of Honey Grove there. These all continue that southeast trajectory. Yeah, sunny and Wiley and a few raindrops. Well, that's because Matthew, you realize if it's severe, you have to realize when it's severe, it's isolated. That's how it works. It's going to be widespread tonight because it's a wind damage, but this isn't the main event. This is isolated stuff. So this is like 30%. So not everybody's supposed to get stuff at 5, 6, 7 o'clock. This is going to be all isolated. So we've seen some larger hail. We had up to 3 or 4 inch hail out towards East Texas. But yes, there's going to be a lot of areas that get missed out on the first initial storms. But once the squall line forms, you're not going to miss out on that. That's a widespread event. That's a wind event. But that's not until, again, 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. So we're a long ways away from that. Yeah, that hail core is still holding its own. Still dropping some 2 inch hail likely out towards St. Augustine. This has been a larger hail core, if you will, more significant cloud top. Moving just kind of due south there, right on the borderline of Texas and Oklahoma. Louisiana there. Squirrel line. Yeah, we haven't seen the squall line develop yet. Yeah, we'll be watching, development up here. This is where it's going to develop up here, likely northwest of Wichita Falls. We're going to be watching, see if these try to come together. And this is pretty active up here towards Amarillo, south of there, east of Lubbock, south of Elk City. A lot more activity. This is where we're expecting more of a squall line try to develop, and this will get going towards the Metroplex tonight. Hey, Rockwall County. How's it looking for Collin County tonight? Yeah, again, Mike, nothing's changed. We're still looking for, really significant winds likely coming through 11, 12 o'clock tonight. We'll likely have a second severe watch going to be issued in a couple hours. But we're still a ways away. The wind threat is still really substantial. I think we still get some 70, 80, some isolated 90-mile-per-hour winds, likely not out of the question through the Metroplex. But we'll be watching for more of a squall line try to develop. All right, so we've got a destructive tag. So here we go, folks. This is a destructive tag and a tornado warning. So very significant storm building out of, this is just out towards south of Childress. So we do have a developing tornado producing storm southeast at 40 miles an hour. It's got very significant hail up to 3 inches in diameter. And now this is pushing some 80-mile-per-hour winds. So this is a destructive tag with some baseball size hail, teacup size hail out of just south of Childress there. So this is south of Childress, and a very destructive storm coming out of that region, moving southeast, dumping some dangerous, significant hail in its wake. Yeah, you see the line, right? I mean, this has been the most significant supercell of the day, right? So it pulsed down for a little bit. Now it looks like it's re-intensifying. So it's still continuing that southeast trajectory, but now it's pulsed up again. So we're starting to see more significant hail drop out of that system. Looks to be traveling south of Kroll, but heading right towards Seymour. So if you're in Seymour, folks, you need to be on high alert from this significant system, dropping some very significant damaging hail. Got some 80-mile-per-hour wind gust with it as well, and very dangerous storm approaching the Seymour area. Wow, look at that hail core right there. That is some nasty hail, folks. Yeah, just torrential rains, very significant hail falling out of that supercell. Going to be crossing over Highway 6 there. This is south of Childress. And let's see, this is Graham. This is the city of Graham. There's Abilene. So this is just west of Wichita Falls still. But man, this is very significant hail core up here south of Childress. Yeah, there's your rotating cell. This continues to move southeast at 40 miles an hour. So this one's picking up a little bit of speed here, but it also has a dangerous hail core with it as well. Oh, I think we've got. All right, so we have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. This is southeast of Bonham. So this is a developing situation, a confirmed tornado that is on the ground, folks. So brand new, from the National Weather Service. This is outside of Bonham. This is likely in the dead zone. So we're pretty far away from the radars here, unfortunately. So we can't really get a good eye on it, but let's tap into the Shreveport radar. That's a little bit better. So this is a developing situation, a confirmed tornado that is on the ground just 12 miles east of Bonham. So this is near the Honey Grove area. So if you live in near the Honey Grove area, Ladona, Windham, you need to be taking shelter in Fannin County. So this is western Lamar County and Fannin County. A confirmed tornado is on the ground moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. So looks like Ladona, Windham, Noble, and Pecan Gap is in the trajectory of this damaging tornado that is on the ground right now, moving fairly slow at just 15 miles an hour. All right, it looks like to be south of 82 there, south of 82, dropping southeast. So White Rock, Harmon, Noble, Roxton, those areas are in the path of this storm moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. So brand new tornado warning for Fannin County. So Fannin County is under a tornado warning right now as we speak. So we're using the Shreveport radar because, Fannin County, unfortunately, is kind of right in the middle. Here's Burleson. This is the National Weather Service radar, and here's the Shreveport radar. So you're a long ways away from the radar beams. This is what they call the dead zone, right? So it's very difficult to get a good look at this because you're so far away a good 100 miles away from the nearest radar beam. So kind of have to cherry pick our radars, what we can get out of it. But it looks to be, whenever the height is off, it's always going to be a little bit delayed data, unfortunately. So this is just a known problem we've had for years out here. It's just so far away. We technically need another radar, but we don't have one. But yeah, this is a southeast movement. We do have a confirmed tornado that is confirmed by emergency manage out there in Fannin County. So this continues to dive southeast, and so we'll be continue to watch this storm as it's got a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. All right, so there is your radar depiction. So this started circulating towards Bonham. It's now dropped a tornado just south of Honeygrove, and that circulation continues to drop southeast towards Ladona. So this is continuing um, to drop a tornado that is on the ground and out there towards into Fannin County. So this has been confirmed by storm spotters out there just 12 miles east of Bonham. And you need to be in your safe zone immediately with this supercell that is on the ground dropping a tornado. So yeah, we got a couple supercells that are doing some nasty work, folks. We've got two more up here. Again, a destructive tag. We have another destructive tag. So yeah, very isolated, but they're small and mighty, right? I mean, they mean business. We got a couple supercells, and they're every one of them is dropping some damaging hail with it and along its path. All right, so here is the storm. It's going to be heading likely over Seymour. So even though Seymour is not under a tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning, you definitely need to be in your safe zone or keep an eye on this supercell because looks to be it will continue. So you're only a matter of 20 or 25 minutes away for being under a tornado warning in Seymour. So conditions are going to go down quickly as this is going to be approaching the Highway 82 corridor just south of Childress, and this will be packing a punch. I mean, it's had a history of producing some significant winds. The strongest have been in Lakeview, some 90 miles an hour. That was about 5 o'clock. That was like 2 hours ago. So now that hail core and tornadic supercell continues to dive southeast. So again, these southeast movers, right? So you just do the math, right? So simple, you do the math. I mean, if this continues, then this would likely push it towards the Metroplex, right? Over an extended period of time. So, this is still going to continue on its path. So it's likely going to be continuing this trajectory. So we'll be having to watch this supercell as it gets closer, to the Metroplex. You're still a good couple of hours away before that to happen. But nonetheless, we could be looking at a fairly significant, hail core when it approaches the Metroplex. But we still have the confirmed tornado up in Fannin County, continued to be on the ground. So it was located over Honeygrove. It looks like it's been on the ground for about 10 minutes now over the city of Honeygrove. This is continuing to drop southbound, southeastbound. So we're going back again. We're going back and forth on radars here. So But yes, it continues to move south of Honey Grove. So it's moving southeast, and it'll be south of Roxton, and it looks like Cooper is would likely be in the path of this storm, as we'll have that tornado warning likely going to be extended there. Hey, is it going to hit McKinney? Unless again we have some isolated stuff that pops up, but yeah, the main line is 11 to 12 o'clock towards the McKinney area. That's about what, 4 hours from now. The straight line wind event snowies would, again, we're going to be watching it try to develop, northwest towards the Panhandle up here, northwest of Wichita Falls. This is where I think the beginning stages of it would likely occur. All right, so we got a couple tornado warnings. These are northwest of Wichita Falls. These are continue to move southeast. We have that confirmed tornado that's been on the ground south of Honey Grove about 12 minutes or so now. So we've got fairly, couple individual cells that's doing some damage. We had a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust earlier. That was Raton. That was by a Mesonet station out there in Fisher County. That was this morning. That was way earlier in this morning's activity. And then just east of there, we had some baseball-sized hail this morning. That was, again, morning activity. So they're getting their second round of the day. Hey, Jeremy. Hey, you're welcome. No problem. Thanks for tuning in live, folks. Yeah, I don't know if you've been keeping track of the Eastern Pacific here. Of course, we had Alvin that came up, and we had another storm. I forgot what the B name storm, but the C name storm just today. So we've already had 3 named storms out there in the Pacific. It's off to a rather pretty robust start. Of course, they start in the middle of May down there, so it's already been going for about 3 weeks. But it's been 3 weeks, and they've got 3 named storms in the Eastern Pacific, while the Atlantic is still waiting to see their first named storm. Hey, what's the tornado chances for the DFW area tonight? It's not marginal. What would you call? It's 5%. The brown shaded area, 5% chance of a tornado tonight. So it's not 10, but it's not low. I would say it's medium. I guess you could say low to medium. But yeah, it's embedded tornadoes, isolated tornado. I mean, we've seen a couple tornadoes. I mean, it's we've had several. We got one right now, and this is Fannin County. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground right now, in Fannin County. But yeah, the forecast calls for several tornadoes. That is the official forecast. Some embedded tornadoes. The main event tonight is going to be wind. So it's a straight line wind event, possible derecho event forming, but that has not formed yet. Hey, what about Pilot Point? How bad is the storm going to be? Yeah, so it's basically a massive wind event tonight. It'll start getting going here shortly up here northwest of Wichita Falls. We haven't really seen that yet, so I was expecting towards 9 o'clock time frame. It's starting to develop. Getting into our western counties towards 10, and then towards 11, towards like say Denton, those areas, Weatherford, and then towards midnight, Fort Worth, Frisco, McKinney, towards the midnight time frame, and then towards Dallas, Garland, Plano, towards 1 o'clock in the morning. And then I think even after that first initial line that comes through, we'll have some stronger storms build behind it. Those look to continue to 3, 4, 5. Um, it's going to be a long night. This is really only the beginning. Yeah, there's definitely some indications there's some storms could be around towards sunrise tomorrow morning. Hey, if we land in Dallas at 10:15, yeah, it might be difficult to land, Maggie. I mean, the turbulence could be really intense by then. So I would imagine delays. If we're getting 60, 70, 80 mile per hour winds at the surface, I can't imagine what's happening in the upper levels. So I would imagine at 10:15, you're likely going to have delays or even cancellations. It's going to be very difficult to land a plane in that environment. Hey, Ponder, are we expecting some strong winds in McKinney tonight? Yes, absolutely. We are definitely expecting some high winds. Can you provide your thoughts on Love Field? What was your question? I have a flight to Orlando and everything is delayed. Yeah, it's going to be delays, guys. I mean, you got to realize it's a very volatile, turbulent atmosphere right now. Not really sure if you want to be up in a plane. We got an extreme jet stream, and the turbulence is crazy right now. I don't know. There's going to be delays. There's going to be cancellations. It is one of those things, but you got to play it safe. It's dangerous. It's dangerous to get up there right now. We just found a cloud top. It's 65,000 feet, right? I mean, they fly at 35. That's almost double than what these planes fly. So my wife was coming back from Phoenix the other night with that Western stuff. I mean, it was delayed 2 hours, but they finally had to have it settle down. I mean, she didn't get home 2 o'clock in the morning, but yeah, it was a combination of a couple things, but yeah, big storms this time of year is just going to delay things. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. Yeah, these supercells mean business, and they can very, very, very turbulence trying to fly through that stuff. All right, so we do have an extension of the severe thunderstorm warning. So this has been a known supercell that's been dropping some 1/4, some 2-inch hail at times, even some tennis ball size hail. So this continues to move southeast. This is actually picking up in forward speed at 55 miles an hour. So that one's moving at 55 miles an hour. So again, pretty decent hail core with this one. Still dropping some 1/4 size. I mean, some golf ball size hail as this continues to move southeast. Hamlin is going to be in the vicinity from this one, 7:45. Stanford, Anson, around 8:05. That is your warned area where it's going to be in the path. You see Raton. That was this morning, right? So they already had some 70-mile-per-hour winds. They had some tennis ball size hail, baseball size hail this morning. And here they go again, round 2. Looks like they're going to be kind of a direct hit with this one, unfortunately, as this continues to dive southeast. All right, so there's your circulation. There's the city of Claremont. This is south of Claremont. There's your rotating supercell trying to drop a tornadic funnel here just south of Claremont, just west of Jayton. So we do have a tornado warning on this particular supercell that's dropping southeast. So Raton and Hamlin are in the path of this storm. So you need to be in your safe zone if you live up there south of Jayton. This is outside of Snyder. This is northwest of Abilene. So northwest of Abilene area. Hey, Victoria, I've asked twice. Think we won't get it until the middle of the night. Yeah. You talking about the squall line? Yeah, the squall line's the middle of the night. It's again, the Metroplex was going to be from 10 o'clock tonight to 2 o'clock in the morning. So 10 o'clock in the night, 2 o'clock in the morning. That has not changed for the last 2 days. This is just the pregame, if you will. This is just the initial storms developing out ahead of the main squall line tonight. And I think it even continues to pass 2 o'clock. So likely not as intense of the initial squall line, but we're likely still going to get strong to severe thunderstorms 3, 4, 5, even 6. Probably not out of the question. Yeah, so just like areas west of Jayton, they're getting their second really significant storm of the day. So they had the morning activity and they're coming back again tonight. So 11 hours later, they're going to get more 70-mile-per-hour winds. They're going to get more, so here it is earlier, had some 2-inch hail out by Clarendon. So that system's going to dive southeast. This is what happened this morning around 8 o'clock in the morning towards Raton. So they're going to get hit again, right? So this is they're in the direct path of this southeast mover. Dang, that's still on the ground? All right, so let's go back to this tornado that is actually still on the ground, folks. This has been since, I think it was 7:05. We're a good 20 minutes now, 22 minutes. Just as I clicked on it, it went off. But it looked like it was on the ground for about 20 minutes or so, 22 minutes or so. Pottsboro, yeah, I mean, I think you're going to be in line with that squall line later tonight. You can see where most of the activity, this is where we're likely going to get the squall line developing. So this is your more abundant activity here. This is where I'm thinking the squall line will start to develop right here. And that's the line that's going to move southeast. So I'm thinking this forms probably between 9 and 10 o'clock, and these are going to be moving southeast. And so they're going to be moving towards the Metroplex, 10, 11, be towards the McKinney, Frisco, Fort Worth area towards midnight, and then cross over into Dallas towards 1 o'clock in the morning. And then we'll have stronger storms behind that. So you'll have intense storms with the squall line. And the more it bows out, the stronger these storms are going to be. But the squall line has not developed yet. All right, so there we go. We had a spotter that just confirmed 74-mile-per-hour gusts. So we're already getting hurricane force wind gust with that supercell that's heading towards Seymour. So we had that confirmed tornado earlier. We had the very, destructive tag on it. We've had confirmed on the ground 74-mile-per-hour. That's right on hurricane force wind gust, and that supercell is continuing to dive southeast. So this is continuing to dive southeast. The hell core is kind of holding its own, but those more significant winds are going to be pushing in towards the Seymour area. Look at the outflow. We have an outflow boundary developing out towards Wichita Falls. So that's a new development as well. So we have this outflow boundary. So we'll have to watch this. This is probably going to be the culprit of new development out ahead of this activity back behind in Oklahoma. So we'll watch that because that is definitely a new development. This is more of what they call a gust front. So we'll have some initial winds that'll push out ahead of the storm. And then you're likely going to get the atmosphere try to overturn back behind it. So we'll watch this, watch for new development as this is going to tap into the warmer, more unstable air mass south of Wichita Falls. So is this the beginning stage of what could be a squall line trying to form? We'll see. Hey, Marianne. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, even with this one, it's not technically a PDS watch, but it still has 80-mile-per-hour winds and still has some 3.5-inch hail with it. I mean, to me, that's really significant in itself. So I think they labeled the other one because it had higher wind gust of 105. That hasn't been confirmed yet, but it still goes on to 11 o'clock. So we've had 90-mile-per-hour winds, not 105 certainly, but we've also had what 3.5-inch hail. So it said up to 4-inch potentially. So we're almost there as well. So, but again, it goes until 11 o'clock. So it has another 3.5 hours left. Yeah, so for those that are interested, I'll post the weather call link again. It's weather calls a service that you can sign up for. It's not an app actually, but it's a phone call that anytime your area is in a warned area, your phone will ring. Your phone will ring. You'll get a call. You get an email. You get a text. So it's one of those things that if you want to kind of sleep tight tonight, you don't really have anything to worry about unless the phone rings, right? So you don't have to actually. So you can see this storm actually went back down. So it is a nationwide service, and you can hit the follow me button. It'll actually follow you wherever you go if you just happen to be out of town, and then follow me back once you get back in your location. So it's a pretty cool service. You want to check it out. I know a lot of you have actually taken advantage and actually signed up. Greatly appreciated. So I know I have it. My wife has it, and you can get two phone numbers per household. So whenever there's a warned area, my phone will ring, my wife's phone will ring, so she'll know, even with me telling her that we're under a severe thunderstorm warning. So it's pretty cool service. Yeah, so look at that hell core, folks. I mean, that's again, Raton is gonna get hit again, unfortunately. I mean, another pretty significant system heading their way. It's gonna go right over a similar area that it hit this morning. Hey, Shannon. I mean, again, if the severe thunderstorm is under a severe thunderstorm warning, so yes, you're going to get plenty of gusts at 32. I mean, it's barely even a leaf blowing outside my window. So those wind gusts were under a severe thunderstorm warning. So it's not like something an app is going to pick up on. It only is going to pick up on it unless there's a severe thunderstorm warning, and then it can reach to these criteria. So we've had some 74-mile-per-hour winds out here, just confirmed. That was about an hour or so ago. So we're seeing some significant winds. We had some 90-mile-per-hour winds just, outside of the Panhandle of Texas. So yeah, a lot of people are going to get some significant winds tonight, and we're not even at the nearly the main event yet. Is the service for a fixed location, or does it use your phone's location? Well, it's for your house technically. If you type in your address, it'll pick up where you are, and then if you're under the polygon. But yes, if you happen to go out of town, they do have a follow me feature where it'll follow you for a short amount of time. And then when you come back in town, follow me back to my address. But it's really meant for your house, to anytime you're under a warning, that you'll be notified. And there's actually 6 different warnings that it has flood warnings, wind warnings. So that's actually a new one. I haven't even heard myself is the wind warning. So we do have one, but I actually haven't heard it because it hasn't met the criteria since we've had it established. So if we do get a high wind warning, and there are out there, they do happen. Um, you'll get a separate phone call for extensive high winds, and that's a more intimate danger, just like we have a separate call for a confirmed tornado versus a tornado radar indicated tornado. Rotan, hey, can you please update? And Melissa, yeah, so Melissa, again, just so we had some isolated activity earlier. We're not seeing anything happening right now over Melissa, so we're just waiting for the squall line to develop. That's going to be developing, and it's expected to be towards Melissa, but it's not going to be until between 12 and 1 o'clock in the morning. So you're unless an isolated storm pops up, you're still a ways away. And Melissa, what, 6 hours? It's a long time from now. Hey, Eric, yes, we did have a confirmed tornado was on the ground in Honey Grove. We were on it for a while. It looks like to be on the ground for at least 20 minutes there. Hey, I was wondering the same thing about the other reports about diminished winds. What happens if it doesn't form into a squall line until it hits DFW? Well, again, I mean, the squall lines typically, increased winds, right? So right now we have isolated storms, and it's not like you can't get increased winds. We've had 70, 80, 90 mile per hour winds. So it's not like these winds are anything to sneeze at. These are fairly, really substantial. Some of these isolated, wind gusts. So, but when you get a squall line, it's more widespread versus this isolated, scattered stuff. But yeah, there was that storm still holding together. South mover, folks. Yeah, this was that storm that blew up to 67,000 cloud top. Pretty crazy to see. I think at 68 at one point, and yeah, dropping south towards Jasper now. So this is a fairly unusual direction for tonight, moving just due south, and you can see it's all kind of by its lonesome there. So it's holding on to its own. Nothing else to knock it down. So it's still holding on, and it's kind of one of those rogue thunderstorms going against the going against the forecast, if you will, and dropping due south. And it's heading, well, I think it fizzles out, but it's trying to head towards Beaumont and Lake Charles. But considering the cloud top being so high, it's going to take a while to knock that thing down. Oh, how to turn off the auto renew? Oh, like for a year from now? I think there's a button in there. Honestly, I haven't looked, but you can call customer service. I mean, you just Google WeatherCall NexGen customer service number. Um, there's probably a button. I just don't know where it's at. Sorry. But it's a year. It's an entire year. I need to do it for my mother, and I can't figure it out. Yeah, you should be able to sign up for your mother as long as you create a username and password. If you just type in her address, name and address, zip code, you should be able to do it for her. Type in her number. I mean, yes, they have a customer service. It's WeatherCall NexGen. You can call customer service. They'll easily walk you through it. Hey, if I move out of Texas, will it work at my new? Yes, it's a nationwide service. It's absolutely nationwide. So if you move, just type in the new address where you're going, and it'll reset to where you are, the new location. But yes, it is nationwide. Hey, any chance the major stuff will miss Melissa and Anna? I mean, if the squall line forms, not really. The squall line is expected to form. And so if the squall line forms, no one's really going to be missing out on the storms. That's why it's a, forecast to be a widespread event because of the squall line. And that's where you can always get more significant damage. I mean, obviously, right now we've got damage, but it's more scattered to isolated. When you've got a wall of wind heading towards any area, it's going to do significant damage over an extended large area. So, all right. So we got this storm continuing. Now it's getting towards the Throckmorton area. So these are getting a little bit closer to the Metroplex, moving at 45 miles an hour. So there's the city of Breckenridge. So again, pretty far out. This is West Texas. There's southwest of Wichita Falls. The city of Graham. There's Abilene. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for this activity. And if anything, I mean, you see this, it's actually kind of trying to congeal together, right? I mean, it's you've got this isolated cell by Big Springs, but more or less from Snyder to Rochester to Knox City, this is all connected to Vernon to Lawton, getting close to Oklahoma City. So this is all kind of connected, right? So I would say it's trying to come together and form that squall line, right? So this is kind of the first initial stuff. So we're seeing this isolated activity kind of pulse down out ahead of this squall line, or broken squall line, if you will. But it's definitely connected. In the last couple of frames there, it's definitely looks to be trying to connect here. So this is the beginning stages of the possible squall line we've been waiting for. So we'll watch this play out. We'll watch it develop and see if that, in fact, is the is the squall line that we've been looking for. Hey, Prosper Denton area line. What time is expected? Yeah, closer to midnight, Riley. 11 o'clock Denton, 12 o'clock Prosper. So you're still a ways away. You need link to what, weather call? Here it is again. It's at the bottom, tiny URL, and of course it's scrolling across the screen too, right? So it's this is a tinyurl.com/PAL weather call. So I just shortened this. Yeah, tinyurl.com/PAL weather call. But there's the actual link. But yeah, it's pouring pretty good up towards Ardmore area. All right, still the most significant storm is south of Jayton. So we're going to kind of concentrate on this one, if you will. It's heading towards Rotan there. And yeah, still some 70-mile-per-hour winds coming out of that one. Very destructive baseball-sized hail there. So this is doing some pretty nasty damage up there out in West Texas. Yeah, look at that. Another 66,000. This is becoming way too common nowadays. Yeah, another 67,000-foot cloud top, folks. Yeah, that's the hail core that we're concerned about. That's, that's why it's dropping some baseball size hail there. Pretty easy to do when you got a ceiling like that. And then we have the Seymour activity. So this is a destructive tag on this one. These winds are starting to pick up. So, this definitely could be the developing stage of this nasty squall line developing. This has significant winds. We've had the confirmed 74 miles per hour over Truscott, and looks to be continuing to intensify. Look at all that lightning with this one, right, heading directly towards the Seymour area. So very significant hurricane force wind gusts right now. Going to be heading towards, Highway 82 there. So Highway 82 coming out of Seymour. So those areas need to be under the gun for very damaging winds of approaching 80 miles an hour and some significant hail right over Highway 82. Yeah, that cell north of Snyder, north of Sweetwater, 64,000 feet. That's pretty insane, guys. Hey, Brent, how you doing? I love the work you put in, bud. No problem, Brent. Happy to be here. Hey, you realize this is Sunday night again. I mean, we just did this over Memorial Weekend, right? I mean, I don't know what it is about the Sunday night lately. Sorry, I was typing. It's hard to do two things. I was making a post. um, it's hard to, you know, what was my thought? Sorry. Yeah, when I'm only one person, it's hard to make a post and be live. And I know you have some solid points, but yeah, that yeah, Sunday night. Yeah, again, so yeah, Sunday night. We've had storms. Seems like the last couple of Sundays, if I recall, and most of them have been that 10, 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning time frame. So this is fairly normal. These storms are coming in at that wee hour of the morning again, 11, 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, which we're expecting. All right, let's go back to the Abilene radar. Yeah, so still watching some pretty nasty supercells just west of Dallas, north of Abilene here. And we have some couple destructive tags, some 80 mile per hour destructive tags with them, some very significant high winds associated with this activity. We've had some, wow, look at that. That's your nasty wind core right there. Those are some pretty intense winds happening right now. So this is all continuing to dive south, southeast. I was going to check out my other radar. Where's the... Oh, here it is. So I'm just looking at some of these winds. I mean, I'm getting 83 miles an hour. Rotan right here. I'm getting around 83 miles an hour. Of course, this is another couple thousand feet up. So that's at least transferring down some 75-mile-per-hour winds here. This is right here. This is just north of Rotan. And yeah, very significant winds coming out of Highway 70 here. So I'm looking at the radar beam, and this is a couple thousand feet high, but yeah, we're getting 99 miles an hour. So you can sub that out, and that's easily starting to produce some 80-mile-per-hour winds at the surface. This is why we have that destructive tag, right? So these winds are definitely increasing just north of that area, and this continues to move southeast. So Abilene would likely be in the path of this cell, right? So probably the most significant winds of the day since I've actually been live here, coming right out of this area. And this is the very intense winds developing, moving southeast now. Rotan. I'm originally from Sweetwater. Yeah, I know. A lot of these lives, you got to pronounce all these cities. And it's a lot of talking when you do these lives. I mean, it wears you out, really. There's a lot of my mouth gets dry. Hey, just got WeatherCall. Awesome, Chance. Glad you took advantage of it. Appreciate it. Thanks for the support. He can tell the future. I know everybody wants to know what happens in their backyard, right? That's just that's the nature of the beast, right? So, but yes, right now we're tracking storms in West Texas. We're watching the squall line starting to develop, and then we'll watch it race towards the Metroplex. So nothing's really changed in the forecast from earlier. We're getting some very intense winds right now picking up. And yeah, so we have a destructive tag and some baseball size hail out of this supercell. You're asking for Brownwood. Oh yeah, you're pretty good ways away from Brownwood. Yeah, and then these are, I would say you're on the borderline. These are going to be moving southeast because I'm not really expecting, Waco's pretty much on the borderline. So I'm thinking Brownwood is almost there, but you're not in the main high impacted area. I mean, really your high impacted area is, roughly, what we drew earlier, right? So your borderline is Oklahoma City, and then it's going to come through here. I would say this is the borderline on Waco, and then, come all the way, or I mean, like this area, like this is your main area right here. Anything outside of these areas are not really expected to get much. Yes, you could have a little isolated cell that's all by its lonesome, but mainly this is the most high impacted area. This is where this squall line is likely going to take shape, and you know, potentially the developing derecho. I did the math earlier. This is 330 miles from Waco to Oklahoma City. To get a derecho, it's 250 miles. So, you know, if that does in fact come to fruition, even if it stops here and stops here, then it could meet, you know, derecho criteria. But it also has to hold together for 6 hours. So, you know, whether it becomes one or not, it doesn't really matter. It's still basically called straight line winds. That's what a derecho is. It's just straight line winds. So we can call it straight line winds because that's basically what it is. Hey Sarah, yeah. So 10 to 2 is your main line from, you know, in the Metroplex. 10 o'clock west, 2 o'clock east, and then we'll have some residual activity left behind, some stronger storms left behind. But yeah, this is a kind of a nasty hail core here. We know this cloud top is up there, so it's this is the same cell that's had a history of producing some very significant hail and high winds. And yeah, like I said, if anything, here's the beginning stages of what looks to be the squall line trying to develop here. Hey, we should all pray for safety. The power is combined effort. Hey, Ted, thanks for watching, buddy. Thanks for tuning in. Hey, Deborah, you're welcome. Are we going to stay live through the Metroplex storm activity? Yes, yes, I plan on it for sure. I am here. I know that means a long night. You know, it's one of those things I really base it on what's happening with the weather. So, you know, we looks like we have confirmation that the squall lines, you know, definitely trying to develop here. I mean, even this is connecting now. So we definitely have the first signs of this squall line that has been forecasted to develop. So this should, you know, start to fill in and start intensifying as this continues to dive southeast. Mm-hmm. Hey, Emily. Yeah, you're welcome. Hey, we should send Pal some energy drinks to get him through. Yeah, I might have to make some coffee though. I don't really need anything right now, but you know, we get to the 11 and 12 o'clock time frame. You know, during the peak time when you really need me. Another weather guy on Facebook said the winds for Plano later have decreased to 32 miles an hour. Okay, well, 32 miles an hour. Well, I mean, yes, you're going to have some winds at 32 miles an hour. It's not going to be 70, 80 miles an hour for 5 hours straight or something like that. But yeah, 30 miles an hour is not even yes, they'll be higher than 30 miles an hour. Sure, there'll be sometimes at 32. I mean, yeah, You're never going to have, 5 hours straight of 70, 80 mile per hour winds. Hey, what's it looking like for Trinity Falls area? Yeah, hey, Yvonne, still looks to be, 11 or 12 o'clock, 32 miles an hour. Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, the DFW airport, yeah, 25 mile per hour wind speeds right now, right? So it's not going to stay that way. You get a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to pop up 60, 70, 80. And right now they're 80 miles an hour, and woo, look at that softball size hail. Look at that hell core really blowing up there. Yeah, this is a nasty softball size hail, folks. Very significant storm just north of Rotan. South of Jayton. Wow, look at how massive that is. Some dangerous softball size hail happening, folks. If you recall, it had the capability of producing even some DVD size. That's what you get the 67-foot, 1,000-foot cloud top. You're up there. The ceiling is there, so that's how you can get these massive hailstones. So we're almost there with this supercell producing some softball size hail right now. I mean, that is a destructive storm. That's gonna cause major damage to your roof, your car, your air conditions, your fence, your barbecue grills, you name it. Anything that's in its path, that storm, you get to softball size hail, it's falling at 100 miles an hour. And it can do that with that cloud top of 67,000 feet. So that's 12 miles in the atmosphere. It's got a lot of ceiling to work with. And that's the concern. And now that it has been 67,000, it's likely going to drop some significant hail for an extended period of time because it's very difficult to knock these supercells down in any short order. So it's gonna do some extensive damage for a while. I would say in Abilene, these are the areas that are in the path: Hamlin, Hawley, Abilene, likely Clyde, Moran, Eastland. Those areas are likely in the path of this just dangerous supercell. That's coming out of northwest of Abilene here. I wonder how many more years. Well, yeah, they haven't changed it yet, right, Stephanie? Yeah, they probably this is the once you get up to what softball size, then grapefruit size is labeled 4.5 inch. Right now, currently DVD is labeled the 5 inch criteria. So they haven't, I guess, came up with something to match the 5 inch criteria or even 6 inch. It really doesn't happen very often, but it's happened a lot more. It seems like it happens every single year now. We've already had several. We had a 5 inch hailstone yesterday, folks. I mean, West Texas. I mean, we've had at least 5 or 6 5 inch or plus, a couple 6 inch hailstones. It used to be a rare thing to happen. When Wiley happened, it was a 5% chance it ever occurring. And now it happens every single year, multiple times a year. It used to be a rare breed. I mean, we went years. I mean, the state record was 6 inches for years in Texas since the 1940s. And once the Wiley event happened, and then we had the San Antonio event and plenty of storms in West Texas, it seemed like it's been a daily, a yearly occurrence now. And of course, last year we upped the ante big time, and there was a storm up here towards Vernon, or forgot the city. But yeah, 7.25 inches, basically pineapple size hail. That's the new state record, 7.25 inches. That was certified and labeled as the new state record last year. So not too far off from, you know, the Vivian, South Dakota 8-inch volleyball type hailstone back in 2010. That was the holds the US record. But yeah, Texas is 7.25 now. So uh, yeah, he just happened to be a storm chaser. And, just like every storm chaser does, I mean, he hung back. He know it was hailing big time. So he saw it kind of pulse down on radar. He was rolling up on it. And as he rolled up on it, he looked to the side of the road and found this massive stone. He got it. He was able to preserve it, put it in his cooler to preserve it, keep it cold. And then, notified the National Weather Service in Lubbock. And then they had it certified. And it took a couple of weeks to come back and certify after they did a 3D rendering of it and everything to officially label it, 7.25 inches. So, um, the other event happened to come through his roof. I mean, it's not advised to go out in the elements to pick up a hailstone, but the bigger stones actually come through people's roofs. So that event happened in San Antonio. Outside of San Antonio, it basically came through his roof and he was able to get it off his carpet and put it in the freezer and also preserve that one. That ended up being 6.4 inches, I think. So, but yeah, you got to think there's been, probably more of those that just get unnoticed that or has melting. There was like a 5-inch stone 2 days ago that after 40 minutes, it was still 5-inch. So, I mean, what if they came up on it 40 minutes prior? How big could it have been if it was still 5 inches after 40 minutes? So yeah, crazy hell lately. How big was five and a quarter actually. So the Wiley event was unusual because it had a massive amount of hell in a short corridor. It pretty much obliterated the entire city of Wiley. About 80% of the homes had some sort of damage. And it was a lot of hail. It was massive hail and a lot of hail. So that was significant, not only for the size, but also for the amount of hail and the widespread hail that happened. And like I said, when that happened, there was only a 5% chance of it happening. That's not very good. And so now that 5% has been pretty much washed under the bridge every single year. It's been happening every single year since 2016, and then multiple times a year. Hey, looks like it's changed from Salina and Prosper. Any information and insight you can give? I don't know. Let's look at the newest data. People are mentioning some things have changed. I don't know. We can look at the latest, see where we're at here. Where am I? Okay, so I'm looking at the wind risk from the Storm Prediction Center. This was just updated at 8 o'clock, and I mean, it doesn't appear anything has changed. I mean, from what it was earlier, sure, it's not as widespread, but this is, this stuff up here has already happened. So what's to come is still under the, enhanced risk, 45%, significant winds. I don't really see anything changed there at all. That really hasn't changed. I mean, the hell core, still dotted. That maybe, I guess you could say, has come down a little bit. I guess it not in size. It's just maybe the frequency of it has come down a little bit. Doesn't change the potential in size. It just changes the frequency of the hailstones. But yeah, this is a solid squall line trying to develop here. Um, I mean, the main risk was wind. So the wind has not changed at all. Here's the tornado threat. Um, I would say the tornado threat is actually expanded. It looks to be the same 5% over a good part of West Texas, over the heart of the Metroplex. East Texas, if anything, it's expanded further east. But no, I don't really see any significant changes whatsoever in the latest data that was literally just updated 10 minutes ago from the Storm Prediction Center. All right, let's get back. All right, so we still have the destructive tag off the one supercell. We got some 70-mile-per-hour winds. Most of these are 60, 70 along this line. Lime size. There's your, there's your nasty hell core. Just produced some 4-inch hell there. Let's see what we got. Yeah, look at that. 4 inches. Yeah. Definitely some 4-inch spots there. Very significant hail. 3.5 maxed out at 4 inches here. 4.25. That's every bit of softball size hail right there, folks. That did some extensive damage. Yeah, this is a pretty significant storm that's still diving southeast. This is really holding its own here. Hey, Victoria Star green apps are the last thing to update. It doesn't look like it's been too bad tonight in Princeton. Hey, Victoria. Yeah, I mean, so far, I mean, you really weren't expected to get much of anything in Princeton until 1 o'clock in the morning. That really hasn't changed. Again, this is just the pre-game. This is the the pre-action. They had the initial severe thunderstorm watch over parts of North Texas and East Texas. They will likely have another one. That will probably be shortly. See if we actually have any mesoscale discussions on that. Flash flooding possible. I mean, we're still under the watch until 9 o'clock. So after that watch expires, they will likely consider reissuing another one. I would say probably from 9 to 2 o'clock in the morning would be my guess, which was the original forecast. The entire time. Hey, health threat was at 3 inches and just went down to 2. Yeah. Oh, their first initial batch. Yeah, because it's pretty much right on the end of the severe thunderstorm warning. I mean, did we get? We had some. This storm in Jasper at one time had some pretty significant hail with it. Yeah, this one right here. Yeah, this was the storm. I mean, very small, but yeah, this one definitely had some 3.5-inch hail, folks. I mean, that met the criteria for the severe thunderstorm warning. The watch going up to 3.5 inches in spots. This one was under this. This is under the severe thunderstorm watch. Yeah. So now that this watch, goes on for another 45 minutes, I mean, they're just going to issue another one. Yeah, so this was one out of Stephenville. Also had some 2.25 inch at the highest. Well, I know a lot of times when you look at these watches and you get the forecast, I mean, it's not the entire area, folks. It's the entire area that's forecasted, and then it's up to. So if you get one spot within that area, it qualifies, right? So you had one spot because the atmosphere was calling for pretty significant hail. You had one spot. This is in East Texas that got 3.5 inch hail. So really, that met the criteria for the watch, right? So it already met that criteria. And then out here we had some 4 inch, hail, right? The criteria went up to 4 inches. We're getting that. We had it in Rotan, 4 inch hail, softball size hail, right? So it met that criteria. So it met the forecast. You got to understand how these forecasts work, right? So these are big areas. It only means up to. So the potential is there for the atmosphere in one area to get that size hail. And it definitely came to fruition for both of the severe thunderstorm watches that were issued. So they both confirmed exactly what was forecasted. All right, so this is Ardmore. So we have a tornado warning for Ardmore. So this is a brand new tornado warning for the city of Ardmore. This is developing tornadic supercell that's dropping southbound. So we had that system out of Sulphur. Now it's again change in directories. That southeast movement, we've seen it time and time again. Try to gain intensity, pick up in intensity. We're seeing it again, moving 15 miles an hour. So this is over the city of Ardmore. So this will likely continue moving south southeast, likely going to be crossing the Red River here. So we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Montague County. So a brand new severe thunderstorm warning coming out of Cook County, crossing the border there. Another supercell that is also. Let me just go back. Oh, I got to switch radars. No wonder. Okay, so yes, we're starting to see a lot more activity bubble up in Oklahoma. We've got the stuff out in West Texas. So we're getting the beginning stages of the squall line, starting to come together, which was, forecasted as well. So got a lot of lightning strikes with it. So now we have a supercell that's crossing over the Red River, and that's moving southeast as well. That one's moving at 30 miles an hour. So this is for Cook in Montague County. So Cook and Montague County. So we're talking the areas of Nacona. This is some 65 mile per hour winds, and Bowie around 850 or so. St. Joe around 9 o'clock, and the city of Sunset around 9:10, and Munster around 9:15. So we got this activity that's dropping south. We've got this other activity coming out west, dropping southeast. So this is the squall line trying to develop that we've been forecasting here. Hey, it's just now lining up to move southeast. Y'all go read all the info on every weather page. Yeah. Hey, is the line going to be formed right on top of DFW? Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things. You got to develop the squall line, and then the squall line kind of feeds off of itself. So then the squall line will evolve and start to bow, right? So that's when it starts picking up in intensity. So, you got the first initial stage, it has to form. So everything has to connect. We're basically almost there. We're not quite there. We're just about there. Everything's connecting. So, and then once it connects, then it typically tries to pick up speed, especially as it's tapping into really untapped energy, right? We had some isolated stuff out here in North Texas, but not enough to knock down the atmosphere. It really hasn't, destabilized the atmosphere. We didn't get any widespread activity or anything like that. So this atmosphere is very unstable, right? So that it's got to tap into. So if we start to get some bowing type features. This is kind of, it forms like a backward C, if you will. So once these things get going, they typically pick up in wind, and then they pick up in speed. That's usually the nature of the beast of a straight line wind event and a developing powerful duratio, if it ever, if it does come to fruition. So it's a step down process, but we can, or I guess if you recall Houston, right? They had one of these on a minor scale, but it was last year, and it came through rush hour traffic. It was like the worst possible time it can come through. It was west of the city, out towards Katy, and then boom, it started to explode, starting to bow out, and it really started to elevate in forward speed, moving at 60, 70 miles an hour. So by the time it hit downtown Houston, the thing blew up to 80 to 100 miles an hour. So they had some 100-mile-per-hour wind gust in downtown Houston. I know you probably remember this. They had a lot of skylines broken out, and it literally looked like it was dark at 6 o'clock in the evening, right over the heart of Houston. You had over 1 million people. I think at one point had 2 million people without power, right? That is the nature of a destructive straight line wind event. All right. That's how it gets going. But it really didn't get going until west of the Metroplex. And then unfortunately it peaked right at the time it was crossing over downtown Houston. And then it plowed through that area with some 70-mile-per-hour winds. You literally had almost cloudy, sunny skies at 5:55. And then 5 minutes later, right over Houston, looked like it was like Armageddon happening, with a war zone, with people on those skylines, with all the windows shattering and stuff. Looked like it was nightfall. And then probably, I don't know, 20 minutes later, the dust had settled, and I think even the sun came out like 30 minutes later after that. So that is the nature of the beast of a squall line. So we're watching this evolve tonight. Hey, any update on Dallas airport's flight is supposed to take off at 9 p.m., but I feel like it may get canceled. Oh, take off at Dallas at 9 o'clock? Yeah, it's going to be hard pressed to get out tonight, folks. Oh, okay. So let's get back here. We got here we go. 90 miles an hour, folks. Okay, this is continuing to pick up in intensity. We have the most destructive storm of the day. So we have a developing situation. This is the storm that produced the softball size hail. This is south of Rattan and north of Sweetwater. So, and it also has some significant 90-mile-per-hour winds. 90-mile-per-hour winds. Yes, you heard that correct. 90-mile-per-hour winds. Destructive storm continuing to dive southeast. Sylvester at 8:20. Sylvester at 8:20. Be prepared for that. It's right over your head right now. The city of Noodle, I guess the Noodle, Texas, 8:25. Yeah. So yes, this is very significant, dangerous storm, likely topping the most significant storm of the day. Now it has turned southeast. This is a very dangerous storm, and it continues to produce some significant hail and significant winds out of this supercell. Yeah, you can see what I'm talking about here. This is kind of the bowing out feature that we're talking about here. This is the destructive winds that are taking shape and diving southeast and picking up in intensity as this is moving along here. So this is where we have a developing supercell that's doing a lot of damage. Wow, look at those winds, folks. That is a nasty storm developing right now. This is the bowing feature that we talked about. So this is heading southeast. This is going to be heading towards I-20, Interstate 20. So there's the city of Trent, Markel, Ty, and Abilene. So this is near Abilene as it moves southeast. But wow, we are getting some massive destructive winds happening right now out of that supercell just northeast of Sweetwater. So this is northeast of Sweetwater doing extensive damage. They're likely getting some over hurricane force winds. Category 2 strength is right at the 90-mile-per-hour range. So, yeah, we're there, folks. 108. I got to switch radars. Yeah, I'm looking at my other radar here. Yeah, 85 miles an hour. Am I tapping into the right radar? Yeah, 96. Wow, folks, 99. We're not that far from the Abilene radar. At 114, it skyrocketed. Yeah, I see the 108 now, folks. Yeah, I see the 108. This is not that far off from a radar beam, so it's coming from Abilene. So you got to shave off a little bit, but wow, that is very significant destructive storm happening right now. We're getting 108, just about a 2,000 feet up, high up. So if you transfer that down to the surface, I mean, that's easily 90, probably 95 miles an hour. So very, and at one point I saw 114. So we're getting some massive, significant winds out of this storm right now, diving southeast. This is the destructive tag that we're talking about here. Very destructive storm. We've got softball size hail, 90-mile-per-hour winds, very significant damage, doing a lot of extensive tree damage, wind damage, you name it, fence damage, roof damage, all the above, as these winds continue to bow out. So it looks like it's coming down a little bit, but wow, it was a very significant storm out of this supercell here. Hey, I just logged back on. Saw a few people say it might not be as bad. Yeah, I'm not really sure where they're getting that from. I mean, this is playing out exactly what was forecasted. I mean, we're dealing with a 95-mile-per-hour storm right now, folks. I mean, this is a very significant storm happening just west of Abilene. This is northwest of Abilene area. It's already produced some significant softball size hail. We've had, a 90-mile-per-hour destructive tag on it, and it looks like the winds are starting to come down a little bit. But yeah, I would not be surprised if we had some confirmed gust of over 90 miles an hour there. At one point, I saw 108. At one point, I actually saw 114. And about 2,000 feet up. So it's shooting from this beam from Moran. So this is what, how far is this? This one. Dang it. $50 miles. All right, so that's 50 miles away. So it's a pretty good ways. But yeah, it was seeing 114 at the highest that I saw. So that could easily been some 90, 95 miles an hour at the surface. But yeah, very significant storm out of that system just north of Sweetwater there. Hey, weather apps are saying by the time it gets to the North Metroplex, it's not going to be bad. I mean, what weather app shows wind speed? I mean, they're not gonna show that. I mean, it's an app. It's not going to be able to detect a thunderstorm if it hadn't developed yet. I mean, no app is going to pick up these 90, 95 mile per hour winds an hour ago. It's just that's not how it works. Yeah, absolutely. Not everyone will get 80 mile per hour winds. That's not how it works either. Right. So, it was a 45% chance that you had significant winds within a 25-mile radius of your home. Right. So that's a significant threat. But even a widespread threat, widespread is 45%, but widespread doesn't mean everybody gets 80 mile per hour winds. That doesn't work that way either. Right. But you're going to be getting several areas are going to be getting that, those high winds, which this area has already seen that. We had 90, 80, there's 80, 83 earlier up here towards the Panhandle. We had a 90 mile per hour wind. We just got some 90 mile per hour winds. There's another 81 mile per hour wind. So we've already had at least 4 or 5 reports of 80 plus. Hey, my mom said the temperature dropped and the wind picked up in the matter of seconds. Yeah, that's the microburst, right? So that's it. It's coming down, right? This is it's coming down in intensity. It's only tennis ball now. I mean, it's only tennis ball instead of softball, right? That's what I mean. It's weakening, weakening to a tennis ball size hail versus a softball size hail. Weakening to some 60 or 70 mile per hour winds versus the 90 mile per hour winds they were getting earlier. But yeah, now it's the coolness of it. It definitely peaked. It looks like it peaked at 114 higher up. And we saw the bow echo, right? I mean, we saw the bow echo on this one. But it's subtle and it's already coming down, right? So that one, at least this storm looked like it already peaked. How's McKinney going to look tonight? Any tornado threat? Yeah, we do have a low tornado threat. We've got, again, mainly a wind threat. The forecast hasn't changed for 2 days. Hey, the Doppler is out of Moran and the rest is satellite. Can you go to it? And yeah, we were in Moran. I mean, it's just coming down. So yeah, here's the Moran site. But we'll see if this continues. But yeah, it's not as significant as it was, but it's still still severe. It's still destructive. But it's coming down now. It's 80 miles an hour, right? So we got the destructive tag, and this continues for as it continues to move southeast. So brand new constructive tag out of that same system that just produced likely over 90 miles an hour outside of Sweetwater has now continued to move towards the Abilene area. So this is 7 miles outside of Sylvester, moving southeast at 40 miles an hour. So Haley at 8:55 and about 15, 20 minutes from now, Abilene about 9 o'clock. So Abilene around 9 o'clock, just be prepared. Things to go downhill quickly. It's likely some 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts could be on your doorstep. Hamby, those areas around 9:15. So it continues for a severe thunderstorm warning and a destructive tag with some tennis ball size hail within that area. We also have more threats outside of Graham. So that has their own, significant winds with it as well. So we'll stay on this radar site here outside of Moran because we're starting to get indications that, these areas are starting to pick up in intensity as these, continue to dive closer to the Metroplex with those 80 and 90 mile per hour destructive tags. Radar shows it's 10 miles away from Gunner. Yeah, probably. See Gunner, this storm right here in Bowie. All right, so we got a brand new tornado warning up here towards Durant as well. So we have another tornado warning just north of Denton. So north of Denton, brand new tornado warning outside of Cartwright, moving east at 10. This is only moving east at 10. So this is different direction, east. Notice all different directions, folks. We got east, we got southward movers, we got southeast movers. It's a little bit of everything tonight as we've got this supercell that is over Cartwright moving eastbound at 10 miles an hour. We also have a warned cell just outside of Bowie that also has some 65 mile per hour winds with it. That one's also moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. So that's also getting closer within the Metroplex as well. So things are starting to kind of, come together with this activity coming across the Red River from Oklahoma. And then we have the stuff coming in from West Texas that's looks to be continuing to pick up in intensity as those move, southeast. Did they issue any watches? Is that what? Would they change to 4 a.m.? Oh, okay. So they did. All right. So we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning or watch. Yeah, this is a brand new watch, folks. This is your particularly dangerous situation watch that we've been talking about. Look at that. All right. This is the official watch from the Storm Prediction Center. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Widespread damaging winds expected with scattered significant gust to 100 miles an hour. Likely scattered large hail, likely with isolated very large hail events to 3 inches in diameter. A few tornadoes possible. All right. So the forecast has been for 2 days, 80 to potentially 100 mile per hour winds. It doesn't mean everybody gets it. It just means the atmosphere is capable of it. All right. So we had the particularly dangerous situation tag out of Sweetwater, and that one went up to 105, and we had some 95 mile per hour winds already confirmed. Right. So this is a very dangerous situation and also is an extension. This is the real one we've been watching, waiting for. So the first one was just the pregame one, and now this is the storm that we've been waiting for that's going to come across the Metroplex that could potentially produce some isolated 100 mile per hour wind gust as this evolves. And look, it goes until 4 o'clock in the morning, right? So we are 9 o'clock and this goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. I told you it'd be a long night. Told you it'd be a long night. So, but if you're just now tuning in, this is exactly what's been forecasted for 2 days. And this is the official wording from the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. So whoever said it was coming down uh, is either giving you the wrong information or they don't know what they're talking about, because this is the official wording from the Storm Prediction Center with a particularly dangerous situation unfolding that goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. Some wind gusts could approach upwards to 100 miles an hour in some isolated cases, and some scattered large hail upwards to 3 inches in diameter, and a couple embedded tornadoes. All right. So this is exactly what was forecasted for the last 2 days across the Metroplex. So this is what we're up against, and we are under the severe thunderstorm warning watch, which is a particularly dangerous situation watch. We don't get those that often. Those typically mean more of a destructive nature. You've got to have at least, destructive hail, upwards to baseball size hail, potentially upwards to 75 miles per hour. Again, category 2 hurricane. Remember, we talked about, we did live in the backyard. You got to treat this as a category 2 hurricane. You got to treat it as an EF1 type tornado. That is what's coming. Right. Not everybody gets it. Right. So, but it's going to be a more of a widespread wind event. And there's definitely going to be pockets along that edge. Could be some 70, could be some 80, 90, maybe even some isolated 100-mile-per-hour wind gust coming through the Metroplex. So we'll watch this evolve as time goes on. So it's 8:42. Thanks for watching for live coverage. You need to kind of text your friends, tell your family, tell your parents, hunker down, right? We told you not to stay home, right? Stay home as much as possible. If you don't have to be out in these elements, do not go out. All right. If you're home, please stay home. All right. Put yourself out of that harm's way. It is going to be no fun on the road. And there's no reason, if you don't really have to be out on the roads tonight, because, winds are nothing to play with. They can really sneak up on you, especially the gusts. We could have some significant gust kind of hit you with a ton of bricks, and some downburst winds, some microburst winds. It's just always better to stay home and be safe. So if you are home, and once you get under the more significant storm, you'll be under that severe thunderstorm warning, possibly a significant destructive tag warning. That is when you got to treat it as a tornado. So even though you might not be under tornado warning, you want to treat it as a tornado in that standpoint and get in your safe zone. If you have a shelter, I would advise to be in the shelter at that time. And I would advise to either be in the most interior room of the house. So it's one of those things that you probably want to sit down with the family now. And so, hey, when we do have a warning, you need to have an action plan in place, and where you're going to go, what you're going to bring, and wait it out until the most intense part of the storm clears. But this looks to be a significant event, developing for most of the Metroplex, with that particular dangerous situation, PDS watch in place for, a good part, if not almost all, the Metroplex here. Hey, any idea how bad it's going to get around Lake Tawakoni, actually? All right, let's go back to live radar and see where we're at with this southeast mover here. Yeah, still has that. Let's take the watch off so everybody knows we're under a watch until 4 o'clock in the morning now. Wow. All right. All right. So again, we got subtle hints of outflow boundaries forming out ahead of it. We had that one earlier that dropped south of Oklahoma. We've got a couple tornado warnings on the other side in Oklahoma. Fortunately, they're not producing a tornado at the moment, but all three of them look to be, rotating, coming out of Caddo, Ardmore, as well as a Durant. Those are moving more east, southeast trajectory. And then we have that system coming down from Wichita Falls and into the Bowie area. That will be likely extended. Hey, update on Grayson County, please. Hey, well, they just again they just issued the watch until 4 o'clock in the morning. Grayson County, we've been watching this stuff coming out of Oklahoma, and not too far off. It'll be moving southbound, so you're going to be under some severe thunderstorm warnings in likely the next 45 minutes or so. Hey, Jamie. Yeah, I'm kind of expecting being over the heart of McKinney, say midnight. That's what it looked like earlier. Um, it possibly might moved up. So yeah, I mean, hopefully I don't lose power, right? I mean, I can't promise you I can't lose power. I don't have any control over that. I mean, you can imagine some destructive straight line winds are going to be coming through the Metroplex. So but I'll stay on as long as I have power, right? So, depending on how intense it what is, I can always go live on my phone, right? I got my phone, I've got my radar here, so it's not as good as actually showing you the radar live, but we'll just kind of play it by ear and watch it evolve tonight. So, yeah, the best thing to do is be prepared. That's one of the things in forecasters. That's my job. That's anybody's job that forecasts the weather is trying to predict the future as best as they can and give you advanced notice. That's the more advanced notice, the more you have time to prepare. So, I feel most people should be prepared for this event. We've been talking about it for 2 days. This is coming exactly and playing out exactly as been forecasted for the last 2 days. So, most people, if you've been watching the weather, if you've been hearing about the weather, should at least had an idea storms were going to be around tonight and could be intense, right? So, um, you know, so that way, when you can plan ahead, and like tonight, it's 8:30, and said, no, you don't need to go anywhere the rest of the night. If you're home, you don't need to go work out at the gym or anything like that. You just need to stay home, and the gym will be around tomorrow. Right? At least that's my recommendation. All right, so we're watching that continued severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warning coming out of Durant. This is very slow mover. It's only moving east at 10 miles an hour or so, but still showing some signs of rotation there right off 91, right in the city of Colbert. So that continues to move southeast, and so we'll be watching that one, see if it's trying to spin up or so. And then of course we're watching this, that the main squall line or supercell out towards approaching the Abilene area. That's been that the consistent destructive tag, if you will, with that supercell. Hey Vince, yeah, 10 miles an hour is nothing. I mean, especially when it's severe like that, it's warned. 10 miles an hour is you're in that warning forever, right? So those people have to stay in their shelter for an extended period of time. When it's moving at 10 miles an hour like that, that's not moving very fast at all. But I know we had some storms last Sunday. We have any other storm this Sunday. It seems like we've had several Sundays now that we've had storms, right? The last most significant ones were right over that Sunday night Memorial Day. In the wee hours of the morning, we had some storms, 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning there. Hey, the severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Collin County. There wasn't one. There wasn't one for Collin County. Yeah, we have the one in up here towards Bowie. This one's dropping southeast, but yeah, Collin County hasn't been under severe thunderstorm warning for a while. A time for gunner. Let's see. We looked at that earlier. How come it's not updating? Okay, you're south of Sherman. Well, you got this one moving southeast. That one's not hitting you, so you're gonna have to wait on the Gainesville stuff. Still a little ways away because you gotta wait on the stuff that's north of Gainesville on the side of Oklahoma. It's coming. It won't go anywhere. It'll hit your house. Hey, worst gonna set Kamar. Really Colin is now. My apps. Well, he said he was canceled. Is it just not update? Or let me go back to the Dallas radar. So I'm constantly flipping back and forth. Yes, I know they have a watch. They issued the watch, but I'm not really sure where you're getting a warning from. There's no rain around at all. Okay. Hey, thank you, sir, Ryan. No problem. I sent you a messenger. Yeah, probably a lot of people send me messages. Yeah, I've got a whole slew of them here. Was that Melissa? Oh, yes, thank you. Thanks, Melissa. Appreciate it. Hey, they're issuing a warning this early afternoon for the first round, and that expired at 8:45. I think you're confusing with it a watch. We're under a severe thunderstorm watch. There's a big difference between the watch and the warning. So yes, they canceled the new one. They canceled the old one that goes until 9. They canceled that, the watch, and then they reissued the watch with a PDS watch until 4 o'clock in the morning. All right, so here we go. They did in fact extend the severe thunderstorm warning that does include Sherman. All right, so we got the storm that's coming out of Oklahoma that continues to move southeast at 40 miles an hour. So yes, this does include Grayson and Cook County. So Grayson and Cook County are now under the severe thunderstorm warning for some 65-mile-per-hour winds with this system as it continues to move southeast. So Lake Texoma, Gainesville area, right at 9 o'clock, and about another 5 minutes or so. Let's put the movement on the system. Callisburg at 9:05, Pottsboro at 9:10. We've got Eisenhower State Park, Whitesboro around 9:15. Collinsville, Denison, 9:20. Collinsville, Denison. This is 65-mile-per-hour winds. As of right now, 65-mile-per-hour winds. Dorchester, 9:30. Howe, Gunner, Bells, 9:40. Howe, Gunner, Bells, 9:40. Other areas that could include possible Tioga, Sadler, those areas in Pilot Grove, Luella, White Mound, those areas will be, under that warning for until 10 o'clock. So it has some potential of some 65-mile-per-hour winds with the cell continuing to dive southeast. So if anything, what I'm seeing here is coming in a little bit sooner than what we were kind of talking about earlier. Could be closer, closer into the Metroplex before the 11 and 12 o'clock time frame. So all right, let's go back to this storm here again. This has always been the most significant storm of the day. Yeah, that continues to push, closer into the Metroplex and still producing those 80-mile-per-hour winds. With that one, ready for that coffee yet? We're getting there. That we're getting there. We ate at Chipotle earlier before we came here, but maybe I can text my wife and she'll bring it to me. I'm gonna try. All right. Hopefully she gets that. Hey, order me some too. Hey, given the PD watch, National Weather Service doesn't seem to be buying the HRRR model update. The National Weather Service doesn't. I mean, at last I checked, they had 80+ mile per hour winds. I mean, pretty much the same forecast. Damaging winds likely. I mean, this was at 8:31. They still got 80+ mile per hour winds, spin up tornadoes, 1.5 inch hail plus. Yeah, that's all within the severe thunderstorm. Yeah, timing from 9 to 1 a.m. None of that's changed. Significant wind gusts, excess of 80+ mile per hour winds. Yeah, nothing's changed from the National Weather Service. Complex of storms expected to move through North Texas tonight, bringing significant damaging straight line winds, wind gusts of 80+ mile per hour with the strongest storms. Time frame 9 p.m., 1 a.m. Yeah, nothing's changed from the National Weather Service. They still got, Graham, Cisco, DFW, Denton, Collin, Grayson, all under the most significant winds, the greatest threat. Yeah, so none of that's changed from the National Weather Service. Yeah, we're down to nowcasting basically, folks. I mean, the warnings, the watches, everything's forecasted. We're down to watching the radar and watching it evolve. That's the forecast going forward. We're now casting. We're watching the radar play out, and as it evolves. So here we had earlier. Remember, we had that confirmed 86 miles an hour. There you go. So that was at 8:45. That was 15 minutes ago, folks. 85 mile per hour confirmed winds out there in West Texas. We had another one, 81 miles an hour, 4 miles west of Rattan. That was another significant storm that we've been tracking. And I think they even got higher than that at one point. So we had a couple 80 mile per hour tags associated with that storm. Hey, Greenville, what time in Greenville? Well, I would imagine these storms up by Sherman are still going to continue, diving southeast. So you're probably, I'm gonna have to move up the time span. You know, you're likely I don't know, an hour and a half, 2 hours. We'll just call it 2 hours away. Is this main line coming in from and so well, because hey Bronson, because it appeared there was lagging, right? So we talked about this earlier that we had the initial line come through, but it appears there's going to be some back building with the storms and still strong activity well behind the initial squall line. So I think that's why they went ahead and extended later, than so it's not just for the initial straight line winds that comes through. It's the back building that's showing up in some of the later short range models that could play out with even some stronger activity leading behind the main system. So that's why I was like, this is a long night, folks. This appears to be a long night ahead. When will it hit Oak Point and how severe will it be? Yeah, again, we have the watch, that includes some 80, 90, upwards to possibly 100-mile-per-hour winds in isolated spots, wind gust. So we've got, some 70-mile-per-hour winds just off to your west. We've got some 80-mile-per-hour winds. So it's running into a very, unstable environment. So this atmosphere has pretty much been untapped. We had the question earlier that with the isolated activity, is that going to disrupt or destabilize the atmosphere? And no, it just wasn't. It was just too isolated for that to happen. So yeah, this atmosphere is completely untapped, ready for business, if you will, and it's going to be overturning in this atmosphere, pretty quickly once it hits the environment. Uh, yeah, wow. So yeah, I was looking at the tornado count from where we are, folks. I mean, we're already past. Fox 4 is just saying this is not weakening. Yeah, we're already past what we did last year. I mean, if you think it's been busy, it has been busy, right? We did 131 tornadoes last year, and I consider last year pretty busy. And we're already past 131 tornadoes this year. So we've already passed, I mean, we're not even halfway through the year, and it's already past the tornado count in Texas than what we did all of last year. That's pretty incredible. I mean, it's been busy, folks. Yeah. Uh, and so we still got, I mean, it's only June 8th. I mean, June's usually an active month for severe weather. I mean, it's only June 8th. I think we're at even 1100 for the entire United States. I mean, usually the average is around 1200. So we're just about almost at the average for the entire year, and we still got half the year left. It's going to be an incredibly active year. Hey, tornado radar confirmed across the Red River. Oh, sorry. All right, looks like we've got a Colbert, Caddo. Hmm. I don't I don't see a confirmed tag on that. I just looked at two different sources. I'm not seeing a confirmed tag on one of these storms yet. But nonetheless, we do have three tornado warnings lined up just on the other side of Oklahoma, right across the border there. Caddo, Durant, and just north of Denison. All right, right, so we got some torrential rains starting to develop. Okay, so they went ahead and extended the severe thunderstorm warning for Denton now. So, yes, this is moving in a little bit faster than what was expected now in Denton County. So, brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Montague, Wise, Denton, and Cook County. So, this is the storm that's been dropping south from Gainesville. Does have some potentially 70-mile-per-hour winds with it. The severe thunderstorm was located over Lindsay near Bowie, moving southeast at 45 miles an hour. So we're talking areas in the Gainesville around 910. So 910, you can see on radar, Gainesville, it's about to cross over 82. So expected in about 4 minutes or so, coming out of Thackerville, moving into Gainesville at 910. Lake Kiowa, 915, Alvord 920, Sanger around 925, Pilot Point around 930. So it gives you some ideas and times of where you could potentially see some 70-mile-per-hour winds. Hopefully you guys have, picked up all your loose objects, tied down your, patio furniture, your trampolines, and anything that you can imagine that if you had some 70, 80, 90-mile-per-hour winds come, that it couldn't get snapped or end up in your neighbor's yard or anything like that. So we took about 30 minutes ourselves to kind of clear most of the backyard out and put everything inside or tucked it away, so we wouldn't have a look like a war zone out there when we wake up tomorrow morning. All right, let's go back and look at this cell right here. We got another new little cell all by itself. So just like earlier, we have to watch these. Just kind of popped up just east of Longview here. Another little supercell that just turned severe right outside of Jefferson and the city of Marshall. This is in East Texas. And of course, then we have all the activity that. There's Mama Pal. She brought me some coffee.
Bam.
Yes, thank you. Look at that. Appreciate it. Yes, so I'm ready for the storms to come. Hey, is this the big squall line, or is it going to form later for a second round of high wind? Yeah, I mean, we got all this activity. I mean, it goes on till 4 o'clock in the morning. So we're watching this evolve here. So 70-mile-per-hour winds approaching the Denton region. Most of these have some 70-mile-per-hour winds tag. Wow, 90 miles an hour. Look at that. So this one really elevated. We have a destructive storm that's located over Throckmorton. So brand new severe thunderstorm warning over Throckmorton. Has a destructive tag. Some 90-mile-per-hour winds with this one. Ping pong size hail. Very dangerous system heading over Fort Griffin. That was over there about 10 minutes ago. But yeah, pretty significant storm that is coming out of the city of Throckmorton here. Um, 90. Yeah, I'm seeing north of Albany here. We've got 92 miles an hour right now, 94, 95 miles an hour. You have to shave a little bit off, but yeah, we're getting some pockets at 95 miles an hour just northwest of Albany here. And you can actually see it's trying to form. Okay, so you got the outflow boundary. You got the outflow boundary here, but look at this notch, right? You see this little notch here? That could be a potential developing tornado here. And it's actually gotten a little bit more pronounced. This right here. This could be a little quick spin up here. Yeah, we're talking right here. I'm seeing some 95-mile-per-hour winds right here. This right here. This is north of Albany. And this is where we're getting kind of the inflow notch. We're kind of getting some notching take place, and some significant winds are building. So we could be looking at a potential developing tornado right here. All right, this has a destructive tag, has some 90-mile-per-hour winds with it as this continues to dive southeast. All right, so if we're going to get your bearings, folks, there's the city of Moran, and we got Breckenridge. This is all heading towards Breckenridge. This is coming out of Throckmorton. Very significant storm, has some very high winds, upwards to 90 miles an hour with this storm as it continues to dive southeast. But it also appears that we could be looking at a potential developing tornado as it's getting a little bit more pronounced here. You've got the outflow boundary out ahead of it. This looks to continue southeast, so this would likely be extended into south of the Breckenridge area, just east of Moran. Yeah, there's your pocket of high winds, folks. I mean, this is it. I mean, this is an intense storm just north of Albany. You see that one frame here? It really maxed out here, right off 1084. And now it's not as pronounced anymore. Just like that storm earlier, it peaked. And it's coming right off the radar site. So it's not that far away. I mean, this one's way closer than that 50 miles earlier. And we were getting 90. Yeah, 98 miles an hour just northeast of Albany right here. Dak Prescott. When's the season starting back? I didn't even look. After you win in the playoffs. It's that time of year. I'm grateful. How's Sherman looking? All right, so let's go back to the reflectivity radar here. And the Dallas radar. All right, so it's approaching, crossing over 82. So we're starting to see more activity kind of bleed into the northern areas of North Texas now. Bowie is getting some significant heavy rain. Munster, the city of Gainesville, Whitesboro, and Sherman. This is all crossing over 82 as we speak. So it's getting a little bit closer into Grayson County. This is now filtered into Denton County as well. And of course, we got the stuff out in Graham that continues to remain very strong. And those will continue to push east, southeast as well. Hey, just hopped on. How we feeling about McKinney bottom? I mean, McKinney's going to be under the severe thunderstorm warning in probably 30 minutes or so. Both of these have some 70-mile-per-hour winds with them right now. So we've had, plenty of 80 and 90-mile-per-hour winds, a couple of destructive tags happening. The most still a significant storm up there by Throckmorton. Yeah, here's your intense winds right here. This is your most intense winds happening right now. This is that 90-mile-per-hour winds, upwards to 90-mile-per-hour winds, especially closer to Albany you get. And here's the radar out of Moran, and it's not that far away. It's shooting right up in it. So it's got a pretty good look at it, and we're consistently getting some. Wow, look at that, 106 now, 106. We're getting right there. That's getting reported right here. That's not too far off the ground. Yeah, very intense destructive winds happening, folks. This is heading into the city of Albany right now. This is doing extensive tree damage. It's likely taking out a lot of shingles, taking out a lot of fences. Trees are getting sideswiped. I mean, big trees are getting pulled down. Oh, if anything, this is getting more intense, folks. Oh my gosh. I mean, look at that. Oh, gosh, that. I mean, I would not be surprised. This is okay. So, a destructive storm over the city of Stamford. All right. So, very destructive storm confirmed, a 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this storm. Life-threatening situation with flying debris happening right now over the city of Albany. 855, right on your doorstep, right over the that area. It's right on the radar beam. Really as we speak. That's not that far away. So we'll continue to watch this one, but obviously easily one of the strongest storms of the night here. We still got a couple tornado warnings up there into Oklahoma, Caddo, Durant, those areas. Still have a couple tornado warnings up there. Yeah, really from Throckmorton to Albany, you're easily getting some 90-mile-per-hour winds right now. And you could drop a tornado at any moment. I mean, this is getting more defined as we speak. They're right here. This is what we're talking about. There's nothing on the south side. This is kind of a more classic setup right now of a developing tornado off of the city of Albany here. All right, so they went ahead and extended the severe thunderstorm warning further south of Moran. So it continues with that destructive tag with 80, 90-mile-per-hour winds. That destructive storm was over Albany. This is moving southeast at 55 miles an hour. So 55 miles an hour of that continued movement and continue doing to extensive damage in its wake here. So this is definitely becoming a lot more widespread. We're starting to get more and more cities under those 80 and 90-mile-per-hour destructive tags here. When these warnings are starting to get reissued, we've got developing hook echoes on radar trying to drop a tornado as well. So we've got several tornado warnings up there into Oklahoma, and we're seeing more signs of the squall line developing too. So we've got the stuff that's coming down from Oklahoma over 82 there. That's has a lot of lightning with it and continues to drop southbound. These all have considerable tags as well. Some easily 70 mile per hour. There's some 80 mile per hours with this cell over Gunner. All right, guys, this is a developing supercell over Gunner. So this has more intense winds building in Callisburg. So brand new severe thunderstorm warning that does encompass Whitesboro, Sherman, and now the city of Gunter. So we've got a developing supercell that has a destructive tag of some 80 mile per hour winds that will likely impact Gunter here by 9:40. So let's give it the times. Lake Kiowa, 9:20. Collinsville at 9:25 and Gunner at 9:40. So do expect conditions to go downhill quickly. We could be looking at some potential 80 mile per hour. That's hurricane force wind gusts potentially hitting Collinsville by 9:25, right on your doorstep, about another 3 minutes or so, and then heading towards Gunner as this continues to intensify coming out of Oklahoma there. Yeah, so Collin County would likely be the next city under the severe thunderstorm warning. You got the stuff coming out of Sherman and Gunner. You got the stuff coming out of Denton. So, yeah, they're easily going to be under a severe thunderstorm warning in the next 20 or 30 minutes or so. Hey, wind picked up big time in Sanger right now. Hey, I'm live, Carter. I'm not going anywhere. We got a lot of stuff going on. Yes, I'll be here. Yeah, when there's a lot to talk about, it keeps things active. When there's only like one or two warnings happening, but we are expecting a big event tonight. So I'm hunkered down. I got my coffee, and I'm ready to go here. So yes, if you're just now kind of tuning in, we are under that PDS, a severe thunderstorm watch. We've been forecasting for 2 days. It does have winds approaching the 100 mile per hour range. We've had several confirmed 90 mile per hour tags already in certain cities. So we've had plenty of 70 and now 80 mile per hour destructive tags, especially coming out of Sherman, heading towards Gunner. So yeah, this storm is rapidly developing and intensifying as we speak. Gainesville, Whitesboro, and Sherman. It's over the city of Collinsville right now. So Collinsville is likely starting to get the brunt of this storm and starting to feel some of those hurricane force wind gusts, likely a lot of, like a freight train just hits you like a ton of bricks, right? So you've got, likely a lot of trees swaying. You've got some fences swaying, some windows rattling in that area right now. Very intense winds approaching the Collinsville area right now. Those continue to dive southeast. So now you're talking Tioga is in the path, likely more of Gunner because it is moving more southeast. This is now in the crosshairs of Dorchester as well as in the city of Howell. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Sherman, for Grayson County. That does include the Gunner region. So these winds will likely be on your doorstep by 9:25. So 9:25, or sorry, 9:40 in the next 14 minutes from Collinsville to Gunner. There, expect things to go downhill pretty quickly there in the Gunner area. And there's Pilot Point, Tioga, and then, of course, Salina. So Salina would be next. Prosper, Melissa, Anna, McKinney, you're going to be the next in line. So this one expires in 34 minutes. This one expires in 19 minutes. So you're pretty much 20 minutes away from being under severe thunderstorm warning. So just be prepared for things to go, downhill quickly in probably about 45 minutes or so in, the Collin County area. That does include Anna, Salina, Prosper, Melissa, McKinney. Those areas will be, under the gun for those more significant high winds. You can see we got plenty of destructive tags. We got yet another one approaching the Breckenridge area. That was the stuff that was coming out of Moran. Yeah, a lot of straight line winds. Another 90 mile per hour, wow, another 90 mile per hour tag. That's still the same one. But yes, this is it's I'm starting to hear the thunder now. Starting to hear the thunder now. Pal Ponder does less wind. Hey, just got how's Melissa looking? Likely under a warning in the next 15 to 20 minutes. So prepare for a severe thunderstorm warning. So remember, guys, that you're going to hear a lot of sirens, right? They go off for more than tornadoes, all right? So, in these winds, we're getting these significant winds of 70 and 80 mile per hour winds. You're gonna, wow. Ooh, it picked up 90 miles per hour, guys. Now it's increased. We've got even more extensive winds elevating as it's dropping south out of Collinsville. So now we have a destructive tag over the city of yeah. So it just increased it just increased in winds. I mean, this storm is in continuing to intensify as it's moving a little bit further south. All right, so if you're just now kind of tuning in, folks, yeah, things are about to get real in Grayson and Collin and Denton County. These winds are really intensifying. Yeah, so this is what we've been expecting. The winds are going to be really picking up big time. They're already in the Collinsville region, heading into Gunner. So we did elevate those winds as it's coming into the city of Howell and Gunner. So it's going to be in Howell and Gunner in the next, 10 minutes or so. We're about 10 minutes away for things to go downhill very quickly in Howell and Gunner here. Hey, Becca, my question as well. how long are the high winds expected to be? I'm getting a lot of questions now. Sorry, I'm probably missing some of them. Do we need to take cover in Collin? Not yet, but you will. I mean, you'll be under the severe thunderstorm warning. But yes, if you're in, again, that's a great question. We talked about this earlier. So we got to treat this like a tornado or a Category 2 hurricane. So if you're like, for example, if you're in the city of Gunner, I mean, even though you're technically not under a tornado warning, I think you still need to be in your safe zone, or at least the most interior room of your house. Right? You're going to have some very intense winds move through. You need to be away from windows, and I'm outside a window too myself, so I'm pretty cautious of that as well. So I've got to be watching that, as well as I'm doing these lives here, as stuff may come a little bit closer to where I am. Let me shut the blinds here. All right. Okay, so we're continuing to watch those more intense winds coming out of Gainesville, Sherman, Collinsville. Those continue to dive southeastbound. So yes, if anything, those winds are starting to increase in Grayson County as it continues to move southbound. All right, I'm looking at the leading edge of this line. It looks like it's just outside of Tioga now, but it should be in Gunner here. 7 to 10 minutes. So it looks like it's in Whitesboro, Sadler, and approaching South Maid. So the leading edge is approaching South Maid as we speak, with those more intense winds that are coming in. And I'm looking at the latest frame here. This yeah, right here, folks. We're starting to see the Boeing feature here. Look at that. Look at those winds coming out. That is a developing, strengthening storm that's pushing southeast. So these winds are only getting stronger right now as the Boeing feature is starting to develop. So this is a significant threat for Grayson County, approaching Dorchester, Gunner, Howell, right on South Maid there. It does have that 90-mile-per-hour tag, likely because of that Boeing feature that's starting to develop. So yes, this is a developing dangerous situation, a very high wind threat, Category 2 type, hurricane approaching Gunner, Dorchester, and the city of Howell, as we speak. You can see it develop. I mean, in the last couple frames there, really start to be more defined there with that definite Boeing feature coming out of Whitesboro. You see how it really elevated here? That's when the winds can really pick up and have the most destructive winds you can get. So yes, we will watch this, but you definitely need to be taking cover. I mean, things are going to go downhill quickly in the city of Gunner, Dorchester, and Howell. So those areas are under that destructive tag for a little bit longer as this continues for about 10 more minutes or so. It will easily be extended. All right, so they went ahead and extended the severe thunderstorm warning for Collin County. So this is the storm that's coming out of Gunner. All right, so this also has a considerable threat to it. Hunt, Collin, southeastern Grayson, and Fannin. So this is the storm that's just now getting that Boeing feature. And just like the other one, it started at 70 and increased to 80. Now it went to 90. All right. So we have a considerable threat for Collin County right now, potentially up to 70-mile-per-hour winds and some nickel-sized hail with that stuff that's coming out of Gunner. But this could easily be upgraded. All right. Because the winds are really starting to bow out of Gunner. So these are moving southeast. Okay. So very destructive storm. Van Alstyne at 9:40, about four more minutes. Anna around 9:45. Farmersville at 10 o'clock. Merritt 10:05, and Greenville at 10:15. So more significant winds are going to be coming out of Collinsville and the Gunner area. And that is now included into Collin County. So which includes Bonham, Leonard, Commerce, Greenville, McKinney, Allen, Plano. So all those areas are under that, 70-mile-per-hour winds that are coming out of, that Sherman area. But again, these could easily be upgraded. So just, we look for these subtle hints where storms start to bow out in certain areas. And we're definitely seeing that, heading to Dorchester. This Dorchester is pretty much right on your doorstep right now. Looks like the frame just updated, crossing over 289. That is Preston Road. So Preston Road, it's crossing over Preston Road right now in Dorchester. So again, you're probably hearing the sirens. The sirens are for wind. So these are significant winds in Grayson County that's moving across into Howe and Gunner as we speak. You still got the Boeing feature that we talked about, right? It's still bowing out as these move more southeast. All right, so someone was asking about the city of Anna. So yes, Anna would likely be in the crosshairs as well. So I mean, again, you're under that severe thunderstorm warning. Right now it has a 70-mile-per-hour tag with them. But it could be even stronger than that by the time it actually gets there, right? So this all developed when it came out of Collinsville, came out of South Mod, and now that it's hit Dorchester, it's taken on more that Boeing type nature. Hey, sirens are going off in the city of Salina now. Yeah, you're probably going to be hearing widespread sirens tonight for wind threat. This is a significant wind threat that's moving across the Metroplex. So you're going to be hearing sirens for wind here. Hey, wind was insane right now in Collinsville. Hey, appreciate the confirmation. Be safe. All right, so here, tornado warning. There we go, tornado warning and a destructive tag. Wow. All right, folks, it is getting real now. We've got now a tornado warning. So we've got a destructive tag happening within this area and some 90-mile-per-hour winds. So wow, you got everything. Brand new tornado warning coming out of near Dorchester. So we have a developing storm that is continuing to show those Boeing features. And if anything, it's not that little inflow notch right here. this is the area. So again, tornado or not, EF2 type criteria, category 2 type hurricane right now with some 90-mile-per-hour winds, and now we have a tornado warning on top of that. So for Sherman, moving at 40 miles an hour, moving east at 40 miles an hour, going to be in Sherman at 9:45. So in the next 45 minutes, you've got the destructive 90-mile-per-hour winds, and also inflow notch, maybe possible spin up tornado happening headed your way. It's going to be crossing over Highway 75 there. Tom Bean at 9:50, Whitewright at 10 o'clock. So Whitewright at 10 o'clock from this dangerous supercell that continues to intensify as this continues to push, eastbound at 40 miles an hour. So here's what we're talking about, folks. We've got the base reflectivity view on here. We've got this kind of Boeing feature that's coming out of Dorchester. We've got confirmation ground spotters in Collinsville saying about, the winds were really intense in Collinsville. This is all hitting Dorchester right now and heading into Howell. So these areas need to be in your safe zone. Sherman, Dorchester, Howell, Tom Bean, the city of Bells, all areas need to be in your safe zone with some 90-mile-per-hour and now a potential developing tornado as well coming out of the city of Dorchester. Yeah, you hear the thunder now. Yeah, make sure you share the live feed, folks. We are doing extensive coverage now. We've been on live for 4 hours now, and we're getting into the nuts and bolts of it all, folks. I mean, things are happening. Things are developing. We're starting to get more confirmation of destructive winds. Now it's turning tornadic. So we've got a tornado warning that is over the city of Sherman, Dorchester, Tom Bean. This is Grayson County, has those destructive 90-mile-per-hour winds with it, and those will continue, and this will likely be extended towards Ector, Trenton, Leonard, Bonham. Those areas will likely be under the tornado warning in the next couple of minutes as this continues to move southeast. Hey, man, I hate this standing by in Van Alstyne. I just heard like 2 minutes of loud thunder straight. Yeah, it was like a rolling thunder, right? Rolling thunder. Yeah, very intense storms happening right now. This should be on your doorstep in the city of Sherman now. Yeah, so there's the city of Melissa. We've got the considerable tag for them as well now under that severe thunderstorm warning. So these will continue to dive southeast. Remember, we're under the severe watch until 4 o'clock in the morning, so we have a long way to go. All right, so let's move up closer. All right, so I'm hearing the sirens now. All right, I'm starting to hear the sirens in Collin County. Looks like we're trying to get some isolated activity forming south of 380 here. That might have been where that lightning came from. But yeah, it was a pretty nasty bolt that came through and looked like to be fairly close there. All right. It appears that the Boeing feature, at least right now, has kind of subsided. Right. It's not Boeing out. So you're going to get that. You're going to get peaks and valleys of these storms as these evolve. So you get these destructive 90-mile-per-hour winds, and then they they start to pulse down. So whenever you see those bowing features, that's when the winds really start to pick up. So that's what was happening. Now we're starting to see that starting to come down a little bit. So it's not as significant, but we still are under that tornado warning in Grayson County. So we still have that rotating supercell as well. So it's lowered in wind speed, but increased in velocity, if you will. So it's this spot right here that's crossing over Highway 75. This is why it's warned between Sherman and Howe. So this is your potential, radar indicated tornado right here. Wow. Over Highway 75. This is all going to be crossing over into Tom Bean here shortly. And that's moving continued southeast. So yes, just to let you know, if I do lose power, if I freeze, that means I don't have power, right? So I use an off server, so the speed is not going to go down, but it's I'm going to freeze, right? So obviously I don't want to lose power, but certain things it's out of my control. But we know we got big time storms coming, and that's a possibility. So we'll just kind of play it by ear. But I'll just let you know. That we could be, we could lose some possible. So sirens going off. Yeah, I'm starting to hear the sirens right now. The sirens are going off for really the wind, right? The intense winds that are coming through, Denton, Grayson, and now Collin County. We got a tornado warning happening for Howe, Sherman, Tom Bean, Dorchester, Bells. We got that warning still going on in effect for another 13 more minutes or so. So that continues as well. McKinney, I mean, not, I wouldn't say yet. I mean, you're not in that destructive tag, but we're definitely starting to see, more isolated develop form out ahead of the squall line, right? So we're starting to see this area, and this is why we're getting, some of the lightning strikes and some of the thunder that's happening, because this system right here is developing. So, okay, so this increased. All right, so we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. So now this is for Western Collin County. This is that developing cell, right? So this is now coming out of Gunner. So now we have a destructive tag for Collin County. So if we're just now tuning in, we have a destructive storm for Denton and Western Collin counties. This could be up to 80-mile-per-hour winds approaching your area. So at 9:45, there was that storm over Lake Ray Roberts, or about 7 miles east of Sanger, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. So right here, this activity right here is moving southeast, and you can almost see a little bit, right? Starting to bow out, right? So this is all moving southeast. So this includes, sorry, here we go. Let me get the cities here. So Denton, Krugerville, Aubrey, Crossroads at 9:50. So right there on your doorstep right now. Prosper at 10 o'clock. So it's going to be in Prosper at 10 o'clock with potentially some 80-mile-per-hour winds, and Prosper at 10 o'clock. Hackberry, Frisco, Little Elm at 10:05. Getting into the Colony around 10:10. Plano, Carrollton, Louisville around 10:20. So we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Denton and Western Collin County for this supercell that's coming out of Grayson County, that's starting to show some bowing features again, like we saw earlier, where the winds really protruded out ahead of that kind of that main line, which really intensified the storm. So we're getting that more of that destructive tag now issued for, Denton and Western Collin County. Yep, sirens are going off in Denton. Yeah, no, it's not officially for McKinney. This particular watch, this is for this just at least the destructive tag. This one is also a destructive tag. So this one's now a destructive tag. So they also issued this as well, but it's not gonna mention every single city. But yes, we this whole area has at least 80, 80 mile per hour winds with it as this system is coming in from Grayson County. Sirens going off in Knollwood. So yeah, that was the tornado warning. You're still under the tornado warning for about another 9 minutes or so in Grayson County. We have the significant winds now heading into Denton County and western Collin County. You can see the leading edge. It's over Aubrey. It's right now approaching the city of Salina, right along Preston Road. There's Denton, and then getting down into Corinth, Oak Point, and approaching the Prosper area. So yes, next in line would be, eventually Anna, Melissa, McKinney, Fairview. You're still about 10, 15 minutes away or so. Hey, sirens going off in Prosper, but I'm outside in zero wind. Yeah, it hasn't made it to Prosper yet. You can see Prosper. Yeah, not much wind right now, but it's gonna hit you with a ton of bricks here. Yeah, the leading edge is in Salina and Aubrey. It's already in Aubrey. Hey, the wind just arrived here in Anna. Hey, loudest and longest thunder in 2016. You are tuning into live coverage, folks. Please tag a friend. Please share this live feed. We've got a significant storm moving into the heart of the Metroplex, especially for Grayson, Denton, and Collin County as we speak. We've got a tornado warning happening right now for Grayson County affecting the Sherman area. And then we have two destructive tags, 80 mile per hour winds coming into Denton and western Collin County. And also this includes those areas further east as well. So we've got, significant winds moving into at least the northern counties of the Metroplex. We also have significant winds coming in out west. So we're going to be surrounded with 80 mile per hour winds or plus happening as we got stuff coming in from the west and we've got stuff coming in from the north. All right, so we still got the tornado warning happening for Grayson County for another 7 minutes or so. We're just more or less seeing broad rotation with that one. It's more of a, again, straight line wind event. So we did have an extension to the tornado warning for Bonham and Honeygrove. So this is an extension coming out of Grayson County for the tornado warning continuing for them. Now, Hunt, Collin, southeastern Grayson, and Fannin County are now under the tornado warning. So now we're talking Van Alstyne, Howe, Gunner at 9:40. So then it's going to be all Farmersville at 10 o'clock. And then Greenville City around 10:15, the city of Merritt around 10:05. So we have a brand new tornado warning that it's extended coming off of the one over in Durant and then heading down towards Bonham and does impact those areas around Ector and Honeygrove as well. Yeah, sirens going off in Allen. Yeah, you're mainly hearing the sirens for these high winds that are in the area that are impacting many areas across at least the northern counties of the Metroplex. We've got the intense winds that have moved through Gunner, Dorchester, and Howe. We've got a couple of destructive tags with them as well. Some 80 mile per hour winds are now approaching Denton. So we're now approaching the Denton area with that leading edge of those very intense high winds. All right, so here's your high winds in Corinth now. So this is your line more or less of the winds moving south. No, we don't have any confirmation of a touchdown of a tornado. At least with these systems, over the last 10 minutes or so, we don't have any touchdowns right now. Yeah, the significant winds are starting to move into the Metroplex. Yeah, you should be hearing a lot of sirens going off into the Metroplex as we speak. Yeah, you can see this white showing up. Hey, everybody, can you hear me? Hey, I lost power, so I'm getting back up here. Um, hey, just say something if anybody can actually hear me. Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, of course I lost power, so there we go. It just takes a while to reconnect everything and reboot. So I'm back. I don't know if I'm still on YouTube or not. It looks like I am, so that's great. So all right, so it looks like everything just kind of reconnected. Um, but yeah, it was basically right when I was getting issued a severe thunderstorm warning, and then boom, I lost power there. So let's get back to where we are here. So we had that storm that's that was issued for that Denton and Western Collin County, that destructive tag. So it appears to be the initial line is in Little Elm, Prosper. So they're getting the initial stage of some of those higher winds out of Salina area. Oak Point, it's crossing over Highway 380. And yeah, so we continue to have a tornado warning just outside of Howell, and the brand new severe thunderstorm warning for that Collin County that goes into another 27 more minutes or so, with those destructive winds that are approaching the Frisco area. That'll be eventually into Anna, Melissa, and McKinney. So I can start to hear a little bit of the wind starting to pick up again, starting to pick up outside my window. But man, just a ton of lightning with these out of Sherman, Denison, Bonham, Durant. I mean, just extensive lightning out of these storms. Yeah, I literally used to never lose power until they changed me to the hospital grid. They got me off the hospital grid, and it didn't go off for very often, but even if it just flickers, it's kind of annoying when I lose power for even 5 seconds. You still gotta reboot everything and get back, for the Wi-Fi to connect again. Hey, just started raining hard in McKinney off Custer. Brenda, appreciate the report. Yeah, I mean these are really intense winds. I mean, we're getting some 80-mile-per-hour destructive winds happening in Collin County, folks. This is Aubrey, Pilot Point, Denton, Oak Point, Little Elm, Shady Shores, Corinth, Hackberry, Hickory Creek here. Very, very intense winds coming out of that area. And those are also moving into Salina now. You're likely feeling it into Prosper now. So there's the leading edge. If you go back behind this is Bridgeport. They're also experiencing those higher winds. We've got some winds, happening outside of Graham as well. Hey, winds are crazy right now. I'm McKinney. I'm just now starting to feel it here a little bit. Oh wow, I'm really hearing it now outside my window. So 380 Court definitely coming down on 380 and Coit now. Okay, so we got a destructive storm moving through the northern counties of the Metroplex right now. Very high wind event. Some 70 and 80-mile-per-hour winds are happening right now across Denton and Western Collin County, Grayson County as well. These will likely continue to push further south. There's Denton into Flower Mound. The leading edge is approaching Highland Village, eventually headed into Roanoke, into Flower Mound. This is going to be coming out of the Little Elm area, going into the Colony, Frisco, and those winds are now crossing over Custer. So Custer and Highway 380. There's Bloomdale, and there is, of course, downtown McKinney. You should be feeling it now in Melissa. Things have gone down significantly in Melissa. You should start to feel those higher winds over your area now. It still has that destructive 80 mile per hour tag with them. So yes, I'm starting to hear those torrential rains outside my window now. I see video, no audio. I mean, you can. I think everybody can hear me. Everybody should be able to hear me. All right. Wow, it is coming down now, folks. All right. Yeah, Collin County is taking a beating right now with this storm in approaching western Collin County and Frisco, Prosper, as well as into McKinney now. Yeah, I told you it was going to hit you with like a ton of bricks. It's going to come in fast and furious. You're going to need a bigger boat. I'm seeing we just have a radar indicated tornado. We don't have any, confirmed tornadoes in Bonham right now. But we do have some significant winds, 80-mile-per-hour winds going into western Collin County now. This looks to be right over Preston, and there's the toll road. There's Highway 380. It's right on the doorstep of Melissa right now, and crossing over Highway 380, heading towards more of McKinney, more of downtown McKinney now. Yeah, so high winds are here, folks. We've got two significant severe thunderstorm warnings in place. Both have destructive 80-mile-per-hour tags with them in Denton as well as into Collin County. We have a considerable threat into areas of Greenville, Leonard, Princeton, Commerce. Those areas could also see some 70-mile-per-hour winds. This will likely be extended into Carrollton, into Bedford, into the Irving region. So be prepared for that. Things to go down here quickly as things will be rapidly changing in a big way. We've got some mixed quarter-size hail mixed in with this. But yeah, the main concern is your high winds with this system. So we were expecting a lot of tree damage, a lot of fence damage, a lot of roof damage. This is what's happening, folks. We've got the stuff that came out of Gunner. It started really picking up earlier. There is your 82-mile-per-hour wind gust in Valley View. So we had a confirmed spotter. There it is, folks. 82 miles an hour confirmed 20 minutes ago. Just north of Sanger. So this was a ground spotter that did, in fact, confirm 82 miles per hour at ground level. All right. So these warnings are now coming to fruition and getting ground truth to them of these 80+ mile per hour winds are going into Denton and Collin County. All right, so there's your leading edge. It's right now in downtown McKinney, downtown Frisco, approaching downtown Fairview. There's New Hope and Atoga. So things are rapidly changing, folks, as we have a significant storm moving through the heart of Denton and Collin County, as we speak. All right, so it is moving through Melissa. You should feel it now in Melissa. You should feel it in Anna. You should feel it in McKinney. You're likely going to be feeling it here shortly if you haven't already in Leonard. You definitely should be feeling it in Blue Ridge there. Trenton, Tom Bean, Melissa, Anna, all those areas should be getting those higher winds now. And Fairview going into the Colony area. And this will extending into Flower Mound. So we probably have 5 more minutes or so. This will be extended into Carrollton, into Garland, likely include Lake Ray Hubbard, those areas. But man, it is coming down. Let's see, where's the DFW airport? All right, so here's DFW airport, and there's Flower Mound. So this is the reason why there's no planes. This is why we had cancellations. This is why we had delays, because I mean, you hear it outside. You can't imagine if you're going to be taking off in a plane in that activity, right? That's not happening. So we're about to get inundated with those. What you're feeling in Flower Mound right now is going to be over the airport in about 20 minutes or so. Hey, Van Alstyne, siren going off, Highway 5. So we still have that tornado warning supercell for Grayson County that does include Bonham and Honey Grove. Continue to be tornado warned, but nothing confirmed. So we continue to watch, subtle bowing features of more, extensive higher winds coming out of the system in Princeton and out towards Leonard. And we still have the more significant winds with the confirmed 82-mile-per-hour wind over Valley View. Over Valley View earlier by a spotter at 9:45. So those high winds continue to press southbound. So now it will include those areas into Flower Mound and Carrollton. Those continue to push through the Metroplex and dive southeast. So I'm surprised they haven't issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Carrollton and to Bedford. They need to immediately, because it's not that far away. They need to be under a warning right now as these continue to push down further southeast. Hey, thunder came in, Blue Ridge. Is there a Trenton? We have one. Are we over here, Melissa and Anna? All right, so the winds are really packing a punch. We still have the destructive tag for Denton and Western Collin County, and you can hear it outside your window, and the reason why it's destructive. All right, so they went ahead and issued. We just hadn't popped up yet of the severe thunderstorm warning for Carrollton. Can you tell us what each color means? Yes, the orange, that's your severe thunderstorm warning. Your purple is your tornado warning. Hey, sirens going off in Princeton right now. Yeah, you're likely hearing the sirens in Princeton for the winds, right? So we are expected to hear a lot of sirens tonight because of the high wind threat that's moving through the Metroplex. And that's exactly what's happening here. So we have those destructive high winds that are moving through the Metroplex right now, and we'll continue. So we've got the extension now into Carrollton. So this does include Dallas. So brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Rockwall County, Southern Hunt County, Kaufman, Eastern Tarrant, and Dallas County. So we had that storm that was over Lake Dallas and near Celeste, moving at 45 miles an hour to the southeast. So 45 miles an hour to the southeast, we've got that storm moving in. So yes, we have that developing storm that's over. We got Denton and Western Collin County, and now we have the extension into Carrollton and Dallas County as well. But man, I really feel it pouring outside my window here. So yes, it continues into Carrollton. So we have those 65-mile-per-hour extension that does include Dallas, Carrollton, Bedford, Arlington, Dallas, Mesquite, into Garland. So all those areas will be feeling the effects of those very, high winds as well. And for those that have actually missed it, here's your weather call service for those that are interested. And it is a service that, just like now, you get a call, text, or email whenever there's a warning issued. So it's nationwide. It's a phenomenal service, and it's just $15 a year. And it can follow you wherever you go nationwide. Technically, you can always follow it back to your home location. Me and my wife have it, and it's done it like 3 or 4 times today. We've had a couple severe thunderstorm warnings for Collin County, and it did its job, right? So it let us know exactly. So there's the link if you're interested in getting that for your home. But we do have the severe thunderstorm warning for Denton and Collin County still. Very heavy rain moving through Frisco and McKinney. Pretty intense over Gunner and Howell still, actually. And Denton and Corinth and downtown Frisco is being pelted by blinding rain right now into the Fairview region, McKinney, going into Princeton, Blue Ridge, Melissa, Anna, all getting very torrential heavy rain. Looks like we've got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for those areas out west. So I can't, forget about it. Forget about that. It's still, we got the western side as well. So we've got those storms that are over Graham, over Possum Kingdom Lake, that are moving towards the Cisco region. Those are also moving southeast at 40 miles an hour. So those have storms as well that we have to be concerned about as those continue east southeast. Hey, Jason, appreciate it. Thanks so much. Yeah, and thanks everybody that sends stars. I can't actually see the stars now, but I know people usually send stars doing these live feeds. So I greatly appreciate your support out there. Hey, you're welcome. Happy to keep you informed. It is still pouring. So we got the storms coming through Denton and Collin County at the moment. We've got confirmation of 82 mile per hour winds. We got confirmation of and Denton and into Collin County. We've got the leading edge of the storm approaching the Allen region into Leonard. There's the city of Honey Grove. $80 miles per hour in Dodge City. Yeah, we've had a couple 90 mile per hour tags. Yeah, here's one in Raton. There's another one over Avaca. Hey, Alex, appreciate it. Thanks for the super sticker. There's an 86 mile per hour over Avaca. We've had a 90 mile per hour earlier towards Lakeview. And of course, we had that 82 mile per hour or towards Valley View as well. Remember, we still got the severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. So it goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. This is just, our initial squall line. We're still supposed to get some stronger storms back behind it. So we still got all this stuff that's going to be coming in from the west. So yeah, the severe thunderstorm warning lasts a long time until 4 o'clock in the morning. Update on Leonard and Bonham. All right, so let's check out this storm. So yeah, Leonard right here. Bonham's getting very torrential. Gosh, a lot of lightning. This is intense lightning out 69, 121 there into Bonham. We still got the broad rotation happening over Honey Grove. Yeah, so we still have the broad rotation happening over the Honey Grove area right now. All right, and then of course the high winds just continue for much of Denton and Collin County here. The leading edge is approaching Farmersville, so you should be feeling the effects in Farmersville now. Allen, it's going to be approaching the Plano area. All right, so there is the leading edge. There's Hazel, Keller, Capel, Valley View, Valley Ranch. Approaching the Carrollton area. Hey, Andrew, happened to my house, Frisco, behind my friend's house, watching from Southern California as my daughter lives in Sherman. Appreciate you, Scott. Yeah, we had a tornado warning in Sherman earlier. We had some destructive winds in Sherman earlier. All right, so we still have those severe warnings for another 7 minutes or so. They have come down in intensity a little bit as we had that initial line push through. I mean, we're still expecting more stuff. I mean, we have to watch this evolve just because we have this one line through. Remember, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. We're not even close to done yet. So this goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. Hey, Nicole, appreciate it. Thanks so much. Yeah, huge boom right now. You just got on in Blue Ridge. Well, we had that stuff that's Blue Ridge. Hey, Alex, appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so you had the strongest winds push through the Blue Ridge area. You continue to get some very heavy rain. It's kind of back building a little bit in Gunner. Hey, fat raindrops right now and high winds in Frisco. So here's your leading edge pushing into Farmersville, into Greenville, into Plano. Yeah, this is all moving through Flower Mound here shortly. The Plano area. You got no power in Anna. All right, let me check some. Hey, appreciate the super sticker. Thanks so much, everyone. I have 32 text messages. Oh my gosh. what was I looking up? The power outages. Oh, wow. More than I thought. It looks like about 75,000 people are out with power right now in Texas. And then most of them are right there around the Childress, Wichita Falls, Grayson County. And of course, we had that big storm earlier, just on the east, just on the East Texas side, along the Louisiana border. But yeah, it looks like 75,000 people are without power. As currently right now. A power flickered right now in Princeton and McKinney area. Hey, the power has gone off for at least 15 minutes or so. No power in Denison near the Sherman border. Yeah, mine fortunately just flickered, but I had to wait for everything to reboot and get back on. Right as they were issuing a severe thunderstorm warning. It's like almost the exact point. You remember earlier on we did in fact have some bigger hail. We had 4.5 inch, I think, confirmation in some areas. If y'all been on earlier, because we've been live here for about 5 hours. All right, so we still got very heavy rain moving through Denton and Collin County right now. Here's the leading edge heading into the Carrollton region, into Plano, Flower Mound. All right, so there's the leading edge: Carrollton, Crowley, Plano, Murphy. Heavy rain and winds right now in Celeste. Crazy rain hit my windows right now. A lot of lightning in Arlington. Yeah, so there's Arlington. You're seeing it from the north there. And look at these lightning strikes, well ahead of the system. But yeah, you're seeing all the lightning just north of into Denton and McKinney right now. Yeah, Prosper, you're no longer under that severe thunderstorm warning currently. Everything's moved off to your south now. Yeah, that did in fact expire. So yes, the threat has continued to push a little bit further south, at least the most intense storms. Now into Plano, the eastern side of McKinney, Greenville, Bonham. I mean, look at that. Another confirmed 80 mile per hour in Dodge City. I think someone mentioned that earlier. So yeah, several reports, over, fairly. There was one south of Gainesville, right? Valley View, 82 miles an hour. So we had several ground truths of 80 mile per hour winds. Hey, crazy getting hammered right now in 380 and 423. And you're starting to get, you know, a little bit of backfill as well. I mean, you're not, like I said, you're not completely done with these storms. We are expecting, you know, more strong storms, maybe not as intense as the initial round, but still stronger storms out there on the backside. So it's raining again in Gainesville and to Sherman there, and um, another round coming further south into Valley View. So I'm hearing reports there's a house fire in McKinney got struck by lightning. So I just got a message. They're hearing reports of a house fire in McKinney that got struck by lightning. Mm. Yeah, I appreciate all the messages out there. I mean, please keep sending me. I mean, I do go through all my messages. I do read them. So, yeah. So I mean, I haven't had a chance to look at them. I've got a ton of messages. I've got 32 text messages, but I always enjoyed after these to go through them. And especially if you have any video tonight of the crazy winds, if you would like to share, please share it with me. I'd love to see them, as long as they're able to, you know, safe to take and everything. Hey, you're welcome, Ernesto. All right, so we continue to watch that threat, continue to push further south, and conceals several considerable tags out west towards Moran, coming out of that area into Abilene. So those also have some 65-mile-per-hour winds and very heavy rain, torrential, you know, a ton of lightning with them as well. Hey, Junior. Yes, you're welcome. Hey, sirens going off in Leonard right now. So again, you're probably hearing those 70-mile-per-hour winds. You are in fact under this, you know, severe thunderstorm warning. You had confirmed 80-mile-per-hour winds in Dodge City. So you've got some 70-mile-per-hour winds for, you know, Leonard, Trenton. Yes, you are under that considerable severe weather, you know, severe thunderstorm warning tag with these supercells. All right, so we got a flash flood warning, folks. Yeah, so we got training rain continues to rain over the same place for Collin County. So again, you're not really supposed to be on the roads, but if you are on the roads, you need to be on high alert. All right, so we've had torrential rain. You know, it rained a lot, and in a very short amount of time. This happened the other night, if you recall. You know, I think it was last Sunday, right? So it rained fairly heavy over an extended period of time. And in a short order, about 2 hours, it rained about 4 inches. So unfortunately, we did have a fatality. So this is a pretty serious situation developing. And this is for Collin County and central Denton County. So these storms have been kind of just training over the same areas, over Denton, Frisco, and McKinney. So at 10:34, we had about 1 to 2 inches of rain that has already fallen in those areas. As you can see, they're just kind of training, right? Look, it moved through. We had the initial batch, but look at Highway 380. It's just kind of traversing along that corridor of Denton, Corinth, Flower Mound, Little Elm, Frisco, McKinney, Allen. It looks to be training over those same areas. So we do, in fact, have a flood warning for those areas, and we could be looking at an additional 1 to 3 inches, right? So 1 to 3 inches more on top of what we've already seen. I'm looking at my stuff right now. I've got over an inch myself. So and that was in a very short amount of time. So we're looking at now a flood threat, right? So we've had a couple tornado warnings, we've had some very significant high winds, and now we're heading into a flood threat, right? So we're getting a little bit of everything tonight. And if you did get the weather call service, you're getting the flood warning right now, right? So you're getting now the flood warning. So you've had a high wind warning, you've had a significant severe thunderstorm warning, and now you're getting a flood warning, right? So there's numerous warnings the weather call services have, but yes, we're getting and those look to be in the kind of the training some of the same areas. And this is what was happening the other night in Plano, Garland, and Dallas. This is how they ended up with 4 inches of rain in a very short amount of time. Is this situation right here, right? Yeah, if you are watching me from YouTube, please hit the like button. Please share. So I am on YouTube as well as into Facebook. Looks like I got about 6,400 people watching me on Facebook right now. So yeah, let friends and family know that I am doing live coverage tonight. We had that initial push move through the Metroplex. DFW Airport shut down. Do you see any apps flights? Temporary closures and delays due to ongoing construction and weather conditions. Yeah, DFW Airport. Yeah, again, those are expected. We've got just significant weather through the Metroplex, right? So there's definitely going to be delays and closures for sure. Hey, North Dallas off 635. Yeah, the super stickers through YouTube. Hey, bad lightning strikes near Virginia and Ridge. Yeah, there's definitely a ton of lightning over at Collin County here. And if anything, look at the reds starting to reappear. Look at the reds really starting to develop again. Hey, lost power in Plano, Michael. Hope it comes back on. Yeah, I lost mine for about a couple of minutes or so, and luckily it did come back on. Hey, Stuart. Hey, watch the roads. The roads are very slick. Already an inch right now on Blue Ridge. Yeah, it's adding up pretty quick. Let us know about Van, Texas. It's still going to be a while. Yet it hadn't made it your area, but it will. You're off to the southeast, right? Yeah, you're going to be likely next in line for this severe thunderstorm warning. It'll likely be some 65-mile-per-hour winds coming through. So about 30 or 45 minutes away. Hey, should we be sheltering in place in McKinney? No, I mean, we don't. You're not really under a severe thunderstorm warning anymore. You're under the Well, I guess, I mean, there's parts of McKinney that parts are and parts not. It's if you're just on the far eastern side of McKinney, but most of McKinney is not under severe thunderstorm warning. They're under the flood warning. Well, right now under Trenton, you still have some, considerable threat into the Trenton area with some 70-mile-per-hour winds. So you're still under that considerable tag of, very high winds. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of questions. They're coming in fast and furious here. Flood warning, Denton and Collin County until 2:30 in the morning. Yes, well, there's parts of McKinney are under that severe thunderstorm warning, but there's most of McKinney's not. So it depends on where you live in McKinney. But yes, the eastern side of McKinney down, basically the eastern side of McKinney here is under that severe thunderstorm warning. Hey, my husband. Wow, as soon as I pick it up, I can't. You got to read these fast. I can't even. I see them and they're gone. Just chilling in Bedford. Paris, the sirens just went off. Again, you're likely getting that for high winds that are moving through the area. Weather warning for Saxe area. I mean, we're getting the storms, folks. I mean, it's raining pretty good. I mean, it's storming pretty good outside. Even getting back building in Graham. I mean, look, if anything, you see this rotation here. You check this out. Do you see this in just west of Throckmorton here? Look at that, folks. This is 380 between Haskell and Throckmorton. I mean, that is definitely some rotation happening within that conglomerate of thunderstorms here. So be on the lookout for that. We'll have to keep an eye on that. That's Highway 380 between Haskell and Throckmorton. All right, so we got the extension of another severe thunderstorm warning further off to the east. Now this is for Erath and Palo Pinto County. So this continues to push southeast, heading near Grayford area. This is that storm that was coming out of Graham. This is in Lake Palo Pinto area. Huckabee moving east at 45 miles an hour. So this will continue to move east. This is the stuff out in West Texas. So that still has to move through. This is approaching the Weatherford area, eventually into Fort Worth, and it'll eventually head into Dallas. So all that stuff in West Texas still has to come through as well. Hey, wind and heavy rain right now. Commerce is getting hit hard right now. So now, yes, you're feeling the brunt of the initial line in the city of Commerce. There it is in Greenville. There's Commerce. And now you're feeling the severe thunderstorm warning for you. So now they issued another severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Delta, southeastern Collin, and Hopkins County for that storm that was over the Dodge City region to Fairview. This is also moving southeast at 45 miles an hour, some 70-mile-per-hour wind gust with it as well. So just sharing the wind gusts with everybody. All right, so it looks like we're up to 80,000 people without power right now in Texas. Hey, just a slight thunderstorm in Forney. Hey, we really lucked out in Rowlett, the worst of the storm. So we still have the flood warning happening for Denton and Collin County. That goes on for another 3 or 4 hours. We're expecting a lot more rain coming through that region. We have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings still as well. And we have new development coming in from the west. So a ton of lightning coming back into the McKinney region, Frisco, Denton, Flower Mound. Uh, we have more activity that's still building out west in Mineral Wells into Weatherford. That's also moving into Azle. Yeah, there's plenty of storms. They might not be the most intense storms, but there's definitely plenty of storms left. But I know if I know you guys, if you want to go to bed, for the most part, if it's in at least the northern branch of the area, you're probably good to go to bed. There's going to be definitely some strong storms, but this is going to go on late, right? We got severe storms. We got the watch goes until 4 o'clock in the morning, so we're not even nearly done yet. Salina wind and rain seems to have stopped. Still have some thunder. Yeah, it's starting to pour again outside my house. Power out, but no internet. Power on, but no internet, as we expected. Lots of rain afterwards. Any tornado threat for the night? I mean, it's always a possibility, folks. I mean, we were seeing some rotation through Throckmorton, but again, the main risk was wind, and we got a bunch of it. We got a ton of wind, that's for sure. I think this is playing out every bit as forecasted. We had several 90-mile-per-hour wind reports, and that's just what's been seen. I mean, we're still doing, but yeah, we had several 90-mile-per-hour confirmed reports out west. When's the best time to leave to Dallas to McKinney? Boyfriend just got off work, and I'm worried about him driving. Well, I mean, just be careful. I mean, you're under that flood warning for another 3 or 4 hours. I mean, if you have to leave, like I said, just be extra cautious. Hey, Charlie, come across any massive wind gust at our place in Stonebridge Ranch? Yeah, if you got any confirmation on that, Larry, if you have any wind speed, if you have any, yeah, please comment or shoot me a message. Hey, Louisville, good for the night. So yes, we continue to have the watch until 4 o'clock in the morning. It's only 11 o'clock. So the watch continues until 4 o'clock in the morning. All right, you want to look at some of the high resolution models and see what some of the latest guidance looks like. And again, I haven't looked at it myself. This is just some of the latest short range models. All right, so let's look at this together. Now we're just looking at model data, right? This is just kind of gives you an idea. Don't take this verbatim. This is just model data we're looking at, but this is the short range models. All right, so we're looking at this. This is this is 11. So it kind of looks like that right now. I mean, we have the stuff out west. It's raining pretty good over Denton, McKinney. We've got the stuff that's coming through Sherman, and so that's at 11 o'clock. This is a model run, so it's fairly close to that. All right, so there's midnight. All right, so here's midnight. We've got more storms coming through Frisco and McKinney. Again, this is model data as stuff comes together. This is stuff from out west. It's over in Graham right now. We'll continue further east into Fort Worth and to Dallas. There's McKinney up to Paris. That's at midnight. We're looking at the latest high resolution model runs. And then there's 1 o'clock in the morning, still a lot of heavy rain, mainly from Denton, McKinney, southbound, Fort Worth, Dallas, Garland, Greenville, Sulphur Springs, out towards Idabel, Whale out in East Texas. There's 2 o'clock in the morning. Still got activity, still some storms in Flower Mound, Plano, McKinney. This is 2 o'clock in the morning. All right, so there's 3 o'clock in the morning. I mean, notice this thing goes on a while, folks. I mean, it doesn't appear it's going to stop anytime soon. Still got some, activity out towards Abilene, out towards, Sulphur Springs. It'll eventually clip, Waco, Mahia, Palestine, Tyler, Longview. Eventually head into Shreveport. This is 3 o'clock in the morning. So there's 4 o'clock in the morning. Trying to move out. That's when the severe thunderstorm watch looks to expire. All right, so that we're just looking at some of the latest model runs, and so let's look at this again. So this is where we are currently right now at 11 o'clock. This is some of the latest guidances here. It looks a little bit like that. It's not terribly too far off. There's definitely more activity out here, but there's 11 o'clock. I mean, there's midnight, there's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and so on. So that, I don't know, just kind of gives you an idea. So let's look at the last one. That was the main run. This is the latest hour run. All right, so there's 11 o'clock. We see some of the differences here. There's 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. Either way, it takes a while for these storms to get out of here. I mean, to fully get out of here. So we do have the flood warning that continues for Denton and Collin County. Yeah, if anything, we've got more heavy rain moving back into the picture. Just a ton of lightning over Allen and Plano and Carrollton, Garland, Greenville, Commerce. Hey, Bonnie, you're welcome. Hey, Gabby. Yeah, you could probably go to sleep, and Anna. I mean, we've gone through the initial push of the most intense winds. We're going to get some stronger storms. but we got a ton of lightning and flooding rains. Flash flooding is going to be a concern really going forward too, as these look to really kind of train over some of the same areas. Sirens going off in Addison. Well, we do have a severe thunderstorm, warning for some of those areas in Dallas County. It does have some 65-mile-per-hour winds, so it is possible that they sound the sirens for 65-mile-per-hour winds. Hey, Livia. Yeah, most of the storms are moving southeast. So they started moving southeast when some of the winds start to pick up, and now we're starting to see that kind of train over some of the same areas as well. So we're definitely starting to get a better feel of some of these higher rainfall totals that continues to kind of train over the same areas. Do I have a real job? This is my job. This is what I do. Do I have a real job? I'm plenty busy. Gotta love social media. Hey, the lightning was wild right now, still kind of loud, but the wind. A real job. I don't know, what does that mean? Kenley and Prosper, we love watching you, Raquel. Hey, we appreciate your job choice. Oh, you're welcome. Well, I have my other company too, Storm Hero. So I'm definitely busy. That's for sure. I got plenty of work. Hey, we love you're welcome. Look at all this pouring down rain over Fort Worth and Dallas and Garland, Plano, Greenville, McKinney, Sulphur Springs. Yeah, we're starting to see a lot of rain happening. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Dallas County now. That's also continuing for Rockwall County. So this has now moved into Tyler. So yeah, it's going into that little bit more untapped areas of Tyler. So now the winds have increased a little bit, 70 miles an hour. So some $half size hail moving southeast at 50 miles an hour. So this is going to be approaching the Tyler vicinity, Mineola, Gilmer, Kilgore, Longview, all those areas. Yeah, some rolling thunder in McKinney. Hey, we appreciate your updates. Thanks for everything you do. And Alan, hey, you're welcome. All right, so there is Sulphur Springs. So, wow, you're getting a little bit more significant winds in Sulphur Springs now. So, yes, you're getting that destructive tag as well, like they were seeing earlier in Gunner. So we're gonna have to change radars for this one. All right, so there's your leading edge of more significant winds moving into the Sulphur Springs region. So you do have a little bit more of a destructive tag with this one, as those winds, as what we saw earlier, are starting to bow out now, and those are really elevating those winds, higher winds of 80 miles per hour, potentially coming into Sulphur Springs right now as we speak. So these continue to push off to the east with some more significant high winds moving through that region. Yeah, so this all goes into that more, untapped area that hasn't really been overturned. So yes, makes sense that we're still getting some more significant storms even as they push east. So if you recall, the significant wind threat extended all the way into East Texas. So when it included all those areas into East Texas towards into Sherman and the Tyler area. So that continues uh, to verify with those higher winds pushing into Sherman area, Sulphur Springs. Hey, Didi, yeah, you could probably go to bed in Aubrey. Hey, rains. Do you think Waco is going to get bad, or is this a regular thunderstorm? I think you're just kind of get clipped. I mean, yeah, Waco's always been on the kind of the borderline of the system, so you're just gonna likely get clipped. Yeah, like I said, I think the most intense storms, the 70, 90, 80 mile per hour winds that we were seeing earlier, uh, I don't, at least the areas that have been already, erupted, already been over that area, then I think you've already seen the strongest of the storm. So, yes, if you feel like you can, want to go to bed, go ahead and do so. But it is pouring out in, Fort Worth into Arlington. Very, very heavy rains really coming down in the Weatherford area, Fort Worth, Arlington, Dallas. All those areas are getting some very heavy rain moving through those regions. All right, so it looks like the airport just hit the airport. They just reported a 68 mile per hour wind gust at DFW Airport. Visibility is down to a quarter mile right now. So the airport is taking the brunt of this storm. It's really located on the southern side of the airport, is where the official gauge is. But yes, they're getting the higher winds, and we're getting the confirmation of the 68 mile per hour winds right there. We also should be getting a report out of Love Field here shortly as well, because it's over Love Field as well. Has the worst part of Flower Mound? Yes, I do. I do feel like the worst part has hit Flower Mound. Yeah, I think McKinney's good. Like I said, it went over your area in McKinney earlier. You still have the flood warning. I still think that's going to continue through the next couple of hours. But as far as like the intense winds or tornadic activity, I think you're likely going to be done in those areas. But But you can kind of see the training aspect of these storms. They're just kind of traversing off the same boundary here. So still getting inundated with some very heavy rain here, moving through these regions. Yeah, the untapped areas are obviously still getting some of those higher winds coming through the region. So like those areas into Sulphur Springs. So those winds are going to continue to be amplified as they move through with some destructive 80-mile-per-hour winds moving into Sulphur Springs, and those will continue to move east. And now that risk also includes Mineola, Gilmer, into Longview, Kilgore, those areas into Tyler. I haven't had a chance to look at all the wind reports, guys. No, I don't. I mean, unless it's popping up here, I don't have any, confirmation of any winds other than what I'm looking at the moment. I will look at all that data when the live feed goes, but yeah, it's not at my fingertips right now. But I do, like I said, what we do know is we had, several 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts out west. We had several 80-plus-mile-per-hour wind gusts, at least 4 or 5 or 6 reported. I think, therefore, a little bit we had. I know it blew up over Gunner. We had the stuff coming out of Bonham here. We had those 80 mile per hour in Dodge City. We had another 80 mile per hour in Valley View. But I don't have any other confirmation that was coming out of Gunner. At one point, those winds were really intense. We just don't have, at least at the moment, any confirmation of what those winds were. But we were getting, 108 miles an hour, about to 2,000 feet up. So we were saying, hey, and it had a destructive tag at 90 miles an hour. We don't have any confirmation that came out of Gunner there. Sirens going off at Dallas 75 and Fitzhugh. Yeah, so again, it's all these sirens tonight have been wind. Again, they're going off for the win. All right, so there's that destructive tag in Weatherford. So this is a brand new destructive tag over the city of Weatherford. So this is the stuff that's coming off the dry line. So this is at 11 o'clock. It was only 10 minutes ago. These winds are really increasing out of Weatherford and moving east at 40 miles an hour. So we do have some more intense winds, a destructive storm that's coming out of the city of Weatherford that continues to push east at 40. So, and there's a tornado warning. All right, so brand new tornado warning that's coming out of Weatherford. So brand new tornado warning that just got issued over the city of Weatherford. So we have a developing storm that is showing some rotation out of Anita. So this is located over the city of Anita, coming out of Weatherford. So this is all moving east at 45 miles an hour. So brand new tornado warning for Godley, for Anita, Crescent, Tin Top, Western Lake, those areas into Joshua, Burleson, those areas that need to be in your safe zone of a rotating, producing, developing tornado as it's pushing out of Anita. So this is a radar indicated tornado that continues to show kind of more broad rotation, if you will. And this is moving eastbound at 45 miles an hour. Yeah, so here's your radar site that's in Fort Worth. So it's pretty much approaching that radar site. And there is your Boeing feature out ahead of it. And there is kind of your little inflow notch that's coming out of the city of Anita. This is warranting the destructive winds that's with this one. And there's Anita. And then you have this little inflow notch that can always spin up an isolated tornado as these are racing across. But look at that. Look at the winds really rapidly intensifying out there, heading right over Weatherford as we speak. You would think the storms would have weakened by the time they got to Weatherford. Well, I mean, remember, we had those significant storms that came. Remember the complex? This is the stuff that came out of Midland, Big Springs, and Abilene. We also had that storm that was diving southeast. So some of this is mixed in from the very intense storms that we had coming off of Amarillo earlier. We also had that 90-mile-per-hour wind in Lakeview that was the most intense of the day. And now that's combined and kind of linking up with the storms that went through the Metroplex with the storms that were coming off the dry line. And now we're kind of having those merge together, if you will. But so if anything, the winds are really trying to pick up a lot over Weatherford. I mean, it's really intense winds right now over Weatherford as we speak. This is right over Highway Interstate 20. So Interstate 20 and then Willow Park is also going to get nailed with some significant winds that's going to be moving through the region and likely eventually the city of Azle. So we are definitely not done with, at least for the storms out west. Any news in Granbury? All right, so you're in the south side of that. You're missing the brunt of those more intense winds, and if anything, it has passed you. So you've likely gone through the little bit the strongest part of the storm. All right, so we still have that destructive tag that's happening for those storms that's coming out of Weatherford. Continues to kind of bow out there as the winds have really picked up from that storm complex out in West Texas. And those are approaching Azle. So they will go through likely Benbrook, eventually Azle, and, eventually the city of Fort Worth as well. So we're not done with the overall 80-mile-per-hour winds yet. We still got to have a couple storms that that are showing increased intensity out west. Yeah, sirens going off in Burleson. Yeah, again, for those higher winds there. But we do have a tornado warning that's happening for just south of Weatherford. We have a lot of intense winds that's coming out of Weatherford. Those are moving into Azle, and then on the south side, it's showing some rotation at times that we have to be kind of keeping an eye on as this continues to move southeast at about 45 miles an hour. Hey, got my float ready. Joking, praying for everyone. Let's see. Hey, thanks for keeping me updated. You're welcome. Any news in Melissa and Princeton? Yeah, if we start heading up north, we've got, some more moderate rain moving into Salina, Gunner, up there towards Pilot Point. That will eventually head into the Melissa region, Anna, Howe. And we still have all this rain building back out west. So we got plenty of activity. There's still a good amount of rain that's still going to fall the rest of the night. Remember the severe thunderstorm warning, watch goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. All right, so there's your initial winds coming through the Sulphur Springs region. Continues to have that destructive tag with it, with those more significant winds. That's really pushing out, heading towards Mount Vernon really quickly. So this one continues to push out fairly at a fairly pretty good clip. All right, there's your leading edge coming out of Como. Going to be approaching the Mount Vernon here shortly. Yes, your exact location. Yeah, if you put in your address, it'll be, it'll be in your, if you're in that polygon, you'll get that warning if you happen to be in that polygon. Yeah, he's asking about the weather call service. Here's the link again for those that have missed it. But it's just tinyurl.com/POW weather call. Hey, sirens went off in Allen. Was it for high winds? Yes. Yeah, most of the sirens tonight have been off for high winds. We've had our fair share of tornado warnings. We've had confirmed tornadoes, but I don't know, closer to the Metroplex. Doesn't mean we haven't had any. There's plenty of times that stuff like this, and again, Sunday night, and some of these areas that are especially in some of these dead zone areas, it's tough to differentiate a confirmed tornado at the moment. So, like I said, that time we had stuff out west. Even that night, we had those two severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings for Collin County back to back towards Little Elm, Frisco, McKinney. Never produced a tornado there, but out west earlier we had 2 confirmed, but it ended up being 7 confirmed out west. So you really don't know exactly what you went through until they survey a lot of the damage. But just because we didn't have all these confirmed tornadoes doesn't mean we didn't have any. It's just we couldn't, clarify them enough to warrant that it was ground truth on radar, because we didn't have any confirmation from a spotter out at ground level either. All right, so it looks like we've got a flood warning that has been extended for now Dallas County. So these continue to kind of, as we mentioned, train over the same areas. And now we have an extended flood warning for Dallas County. So this is Dallas and Tarrant County. This area has picked up a good, 1 to 2 inches of rainfall over the last couple of hours. We're expecting another, 1 to 3 inches of rainfall. So that one continues until 3 o'clock in the morning. So at 3 o'clock in the morning, brand new flood warning for those areas into Dallas County. Hey, do you know what happened in Big Springs earlier? We don't know if it was a tornado or it destroyed a lot of our town in Big Springs. I haven't had a chance to look at any. I mean, I've been doing live coverage. Big Springs. Earlier. I don't know. I'm not really 100% certain. That's Big Springs, right? I'm not sure exactly. Yeah, Big Springs. I mean, no, I don't. It didn't even rain earlier. I'm not really sure what. Oh, well, we had. No, I don't know the answer to your question. Sorry. I really don't see any activity over Big Springs. It's been a long day. uh, oh, no S. Oh, okay. Yeah, this area. Um, yeah, obviously you had some supercells. You had some tennis ball size hail. Again, I just have to, go through some of the reports. I can look at some of the rotation out in that region. It looks like we have some elevated rotation on either side. So it appears it looks to be right along Interstate 20, and there might have been something coming out of that. I don't have any confirmation of the morning, but there's definitely some rotation here for sure. So I don't have a confirmation on what came out of that. We've had hail for sure. We got tons of hail here. What time will it arrive in Mississippi? Well, it still has to. It's almost entering Arkansas and about to hit Louisiana. So um, this will continue to have to, press eastbound and cross the entire state of Louisiana until Mississippi. So it's going to be well into the wee hours of the morning. Hmm. Yeah, so brand new flood warning for Dallas County. We still have the flood warning continue for Denton and Collin County. Hey, for Plano and Allen, I'll probably go to bed, especially if we're waking up early. For anyone else who lives in the area with, yeah, have a good night. Wind is intense in Alito right now. Um, all right, so we're reporting some wind damage off Highway 78 and 121. No more storms the rest of the night in McKinney. Well, I mean, again, the brunt of it is over. But you are under the flood warning until 2:30 in the morning. You'll likely get some moderate activity. I wouldn't say intense storms the rest of the night. But yes, there is a severe thunderstorm warning. I mean, obviously, these will continue to push southbound through Cleburne, through the Tyler region. Are we safe in Carrollton? Yes, I would think so. That atmosphere has been worked over pretty good. So you're still going to get a lot of rain. It's you're still going to get some lightning strikes, but as far as the intense stuff is, I think you're done. And just right on the borderline of Carrollton, there, you got that severe thunderstorm warning. Is going to be expiring in 2 minutes there, and then you'll likely be. Again, the only curveball, the caveat to that is what's still out there into Weatherford. So if this holds together, that could throw it off. But I mean, this is, again, it's a wind threat. I don't see it as a tornadic threat, but we do have, the more intense winds looks to be pushing into the city of Fort Worth at Benbrook right now. It still has a destructive tag to it. It's got pretty intense winds that's coming out of Weatherford there. And again, you can see the bowing nature that's pushing into Benbrook. And if anything, it's just got more. Right here. This is your bowing feature, if you will, that is you know knocking on the door of Benbrook and heading into Fort Worth. Yeah, so there's the evolution of that activity in Benbrook. So this was the stuff that was still rotating out of Weatherford. Now it continues to push off to the east and start to bow out, if you will. And this is right along, you know, 20 Interstate 20 into Weatherford there, and I'm sorry, into Fort Worth. We all owe you a pretty big cup of coffee. Yeah, no, I'm kind of getting tired. Like I said, I'm an early bird. I usually wake up 5 o'clock, 5:30. And then tomorrow's Monday, right? Yeah. And Melissa, okay? Yeah, I think so. Like, again, the only curveball is what's going to happen with this activity in Fort Worth. So it's producing the destructive winds again, heading into Fort Worth, eventually into Arlington. And obviously, if these are able to continue, these will have to move through Irving, Dallas, Garland, you know, Mesquite. So those areas will have to watch for that activity that's coming out of Benbrook. Homes in Prosper are on fire. Wow. You hate to hear that. I know there was a ton of lightning tonight. And there's been a lot of homes lately that unfortunately has been hit by lightning. Are we clear? Are you clear in Plano? Oh, well, you still got the flood warning. But as far as like the intense heavy rains, your caveat again is the stuff in Benbrook. Yeah, you could always. Yeah, so sirens going off in Arlington again. Those are your higher winds moving back into the picture, folks. Those are your destructive 80-mile-per-hour winds that are moving into Benbrook, Fort Worth right now. Those will be moving into Arlington. Hmm. Cleburne, any hail right now? No, I don't really see any hail in Cleburne. Most everything's around Crescent. Yeah, not really concerning hail to speak of out there. Yeah, just the wind. The wind is the main threat now. Hey, is Celeste good? Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, again, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning until 4 o'clock in the morning. Um, you can see pretty much lit up out in Bridgeport, but this is all kind of moderate rain. So there is some lightning mixed in. Yeah, Arlington's crazy right now. So you're getting the initial brunt of those higher winds moving back closer into the Metroplex now. Yeah, a ton of lightning in Arlington right now. Second round of sirens going off in South Arlington. Has the worst of the storm over and moved past Flower Mound? I mean, for the most part, again, the only caveat to that would be the stuff that's happening in Fort Worth right now. This is, it could swing a little bit further northeast. But yes, we're watching these significant winds coming out. I mean, look, it's really starting to bow out, right? So this has got to go, east or southeast or northeast. But these are the winds that we're, looking at here. We have it. We got to go down to Galveston area starting tomorrow. The next 3 days. Happy my family is safe. And McKinney, Allen, and Wiley. Hey, Livia, thanks for watching. You're welcome. Hey, thunder right now and rolling and McKinney. Had so much hope that Fort Worth lucked out tonight, but I guess it was too bad, too good to be true. Yeah, it's not over till it's over. Remember, we got the severe thunderstorm warning until 4 o'clock. I know it's hard to believe, but that's another 4.5 hours away, right? 4.5 hours away of another continued severe thunderstorm watch that you got to be concerned about. So, but yeah, another batch of significant winds are moving into Fort Worth, into Arlington. Right now we got a lot of intense lightning happening over Arlington, and those Boeing features are crossing over. What is that? What 121? There's 121 CTP. I'm not sure exactly what that is. CTP. This moves through. There's the radar site, so it's basically right on the radar site and at a Burleson here. Yeah, still raining pretty good in Wiley right now. Let me see if I can get. But yeah, those high winds are basically Edgecliff Village into the Crowley region. Going to be approaching the Everman area and would likely be in downtown Fort Worth in about 10 minutes or so. Hey, Angie, thanks for keeping me safe. You're welcome. Any more storms coming in from McKinney tonight? Besides the kind of the light to moderate rain that we're getting, but I would think the brunt of it is going to be over. Looks like I have an inch and a half. I would imagine the stuff in Fort Worth would not make it to McKinney. Would likely, train over Fort Worth, Bedford, Irving, Dallas, Mesquite. But yeah, if you live north, your atmosphere has basically worked over. So I would think, you're at your area right here, essentially. For the most part, the storms are going to be on the much tamer side. You're still going to get rain. You're still going to get storms, but it would likely not be, severe. I guess severe in nature. All this has to move through into Dallas. So if you live north of this line, you're likely going to be done tonight. And anything that's severe, it will be south of that line. So it's basically I-30, I-20 southbound. But yeah, that's what's going to happen the rest of the night, folks. I'm probably going to start signing off here. It's been a long day. So yeah, if you basically live north of say I-30, you're likely going to be, done for the evening. And south of there, where your atmosphere has not been, worked over for say, then you're still obviously going to get, some of those severe thunderstorms. You got to watch for this severe activity that's heading into Fort Worth because it continues to show some destructive tags with it, and as it continues to push off, so all this has to move through the Metroplex as well. You're going to get those flood warnings further north, Dallas, Denton, Plano, Collin County, all those areas are under that flood warning. You got a brand new flood warning further off to the east in Mount Vernon and to Mount Pleasant area. So that will likely continue. So the flood warning continues in the overnight. The severe thunderstorm watch goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. So just be on alert for that. But the most intense part of the storm, the brunt of the storm, at least north of I-30, would be done for the evening. You're still going to get some, likely some 70-mile-per-hour winds further south of I-30. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna be signing off. So y'all have a good night. Y'all be safe out there, sleep well, and we'll give you an update in the morning. All right, bye, y'all.